You know. Oh, sorry about that. So we live now on Bolo VNR 2.0 live on Bolo TBV, and we're live on Bolo VNR Clips. Welcome to the platform, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing? Let me know wherever you are in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know where you guys are watching from, alright? We got Lavish in the building and Angel Green. What's up, my darling? Let me make you a moderator over there. Big up yourself, big up yourself. Thanks for the continued support. I think, let me see. Yes, the donation link is pinned over Bolo VNR, Bolo TBV, on Bolo VNR 2.0, but it's not pinned on Bolo VNR clip. So let me just change that. Once I start, I don't want to, no distraction, Jamaica. No distraction. I want to just flow today. Just flow, just flow, just flow. You understand? That is my aim. I want the conversation to flow. So, of course, you know, you have to get it right before you start, yeah? I don't need that one. I need probably this one then. This one is not working. What's happening? Interesting. No, that one I can't.
This month.
Ease out. Ease out. Ease out, my general. Ease out.
Is a new fear?
Ease out.
May God Almighty. The government of Jamaica.
Alright. Sorry about that, my people. Just drop you in this right here. Alright, perfect. Amazing.
I have to stand up against.
I noticed some things happened from the other day, you know. Notice some things happening from the other day. Notice some things happening from the other day. Let me read this before I do anything else. Let me read this before I do anything else, ladies and gentlemen. The monitoring spirits, man. Monitoring spirits, them. Wait a minute, what happened to all of them? Oh. Oh, go ahead, Ezra. Alright, there we go. The monitoring spirits are alive and well, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so let me share my screen.
Psalm 18. I will love thee, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my rock, and my fortress, and my deliverer, my God, my strength, in whom I will trust, my buckler, and the horn of my salvation, and my high tower. I will call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised. So shall I be saved from mine enemies. The sorrows of death compassed me, and the floods of ungodly men made me afraid. The sorrows of hell compassed me about. The snares of death prevented me. In my distress I called upon the Lord, and cried unto my God. He heard my voice out of his temple, and my cry came before him, even into his ears. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the hills moved and were shaken, because he was wroth. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth devoured. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens also, and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon a cherub, and did fly, yea, he did fly upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness his secret place. His pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. At the brightness that was before him his thick clouds passed, hailstones and coals of fire. The Lord also thundered in the heavens, and the highest gave his voice, hailstones and coals of fire. Yea, he sent out his arrows and scattered them, and he shot out lightnings and discomfited them. Then the channels of waters were seen, and the foundations of the world were discovered at thy rebuke, O Lord, at the blast of the breath of thy nostrils. He sent from above, he took me, he drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, and from them which hated me. For they were too strong for me, they prevented me in the day of my calamity. But the Lord was my stay. He brought me forth also into a large place. He delivered me, because he delighted in me. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness. According to the cleanness of my hands hath he recompensed me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments were before me, and I did not put away his statutes from me. I was also upright before him, and I kept myself from mine iniquity. Therefore hath the Lord recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands in his eyesight. With the merciful thou wilt show thyself merciful. With an upright man thou wilt show thyself upright. With the pure thou wilt show thyself pure, and with the froward thou wilt show thyself froward. For thou wilt save the afflicted people, but wilt bring down high looks. For thou wilt light my candle. The Lord my God will enlighten my darkness. For by thee I have run through a troop, and by my God have I leaped over a wall. As for God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord is tried. He is a buckler to all those that trust in him. For who is God save the Lord? Or who is a rock save our God? It is God that girdeth me with strength, and maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hinds' feet, and setteth me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms. Thou hast also given me the shield of thy salvation, and thy right hand hath holden me up, and thy gentleness hath made me great. Thou hast enlarged my steps under me, that my feet did not slip. I have pursued mine enemies and overtaken them, neither did I turn again till they were consumed. I have wounded them, that they were not able to rise. They are fallen under my feet. For thou hast girded me with strength unto the battle. Thou hast subdued unto me those that rose up against me. Thou hast also given me the necks of mine enemies, that I might destroy them that hate me. They cried, but there was none to save them, even unto the Lord. But he answered them not. Then did I beat them small as the dust before the wind. I did cast them out as the dirt in the streets. Thou hast delivered me from the strivings of the people, and thou hast made me the head of the heathen. A people whom I have not known shall serve me. As soon as they hear of me, they shall obey me. The strangers shall submit themselves unto me. The strangers shall fade away and be afraid out of their close places. The Lord liveth, and blessed be my rock, and let the God of my salvation be exalted. It is God that avengeth me, and subdueth the people unto me. He delivereth me from mine enemies, yea, thou liftest me up above those that rise up against me. Thou hast delivered me from the violent man. Therefore will I give thanks unto thee, O Lord, among the heathen, and sing praises unto thy name. Great deliverance giveth he to his king, and showeth mercy to his anointed, to David, and to his seed, for evermore.
Amen. 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 Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we've been having a lot of challenges, you know. We've been having a lot of challenges, so we have to call it for what it is. We have to call it for what it is. What is that? Oh, interesting. All right, so let me get to this. Let me get to this. All right.
A police officer from the mandate, I understand, is to what? Serve, protect, and this is not a police officer. A police officer from the mandate, I
Showtime 6 p.m. Admission 3,000 pre-sold, 3,005 at the gate. Children under 12, 1,005. Ticket outlets: William Knibb Memorial Baptist Church. Drug case locate a five
who murdered.
It's a Father's Day Jubilee concert.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight my brother, Andre Stevenson. Congratulate him as well for upcoming success that he's about to mention on his platform. Jamaica, if you don't want Andre, other people want him here in terms of his advocacy. You just understand that. And you know the diaspora. All I women in the diaspora, Canada and them placed all over, want to just take away Andre from home. So, I'm going to treat look at David right here. And this topic right here, so. This topic right here, so what am I going to mention? I have to highlight. Because there's some things he said that I am in total agreement with. And also, I want to echo, ladies and gentlemen. So, listen to what Andre Stevens has to say here regarding the Lataya Buju Bolging's case update. All right, let's get it.
Yes, Jamaica, welcome back. I see the murderer who murdered Buju. I see the murderer who murdered Buju has been charged for murder. Because that is not a police officer. A police officer from the mandate, I understand, is to what? Serve, protect, and to do what? Courtney, reassure. But that is a gunman in a police uniform. I wonder if he had a badge. Or I wonder if he's a gunman who was doing. But yes, them say him is a law enforcer. And today, Jamaica, I witnessed in the parliament I witnessed in the parliament Zulika just talking about what has happened with the almost 150 Jamaicans who have been murdered. And she said, when you hear a justice minister reiterating the use of deadly force with the police officers, you hear that's rebellion. Juliet Cuthbert, it is the law. It is the law. It is the law. These people have no care.
What can go so?
Hold on there. Juliet Cuthbert in our parliament. I said that can remember me I watch it show, you know. Me I watch it parliament. And I said, could Andre there in our parliament today, you know? Andre in our parliament. Right? I don't know if you watch me live on the system, this is the same day. Right? So you're telling me Juliet Cuthbert talking about it is the law? How on top can you be, ladies and gentlemen? The law can be wrong. If the law is doing an injustice to the people, we should just accept it because it's the law. The devil is a liar. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. No, sir. I force me frightened, so.
For the ordinary Jamaican who encounter police and who have been killed by deadly force. I say that to say, Jamaica, when you hear Delroy Chuck in the parliament, I go say, what level of education you have? You're damn right, Delroy Chuck. She have education, you're a damn drunkard. You
What can go so?
Delroy Chuck tried to question Sluika Justice Edic. You know, so that brother, they are racist. Him and Orange Chang. I am convinced them two Chinaman they are racist. Or Japanese. Whatever them is. I mean, I talk about them two specific man there. I not talk about all Chinese. I mean, not talk about all Japanese. I talk about whatever them is. In the Asian community, them two man there are racist as far as me concerned. You know, some statements so they make really and truly make me wonder. And when it comes to the most vulnerable Jamaica, which is we, the black people, them, right? Some statements so they make really, Andre, question the lady about her education. Him damn out of order. Him have education. He sound like one baboon every time he want me mouth. Better you deal with. I don't hear nothing sensible come from out of that them on the mouth. Him creeping, him tell us what them help me say, oh, that brother are weird. I wouldn't even want him near my kids, bro. Real talk. And that's my opinion. That's my assessment of him using my eye test. I wouldn't want to sit in a room and talk to a Delroy Chuck. I wouldn't want to be in the same space as a Delroy Chuck. Or any of them in the Jamaica Labour Party for that matter. Mighty God.
only need a whiskey if you just get off. I need 2 Cuban cigar and you totally off. What is your level of education? But I won't make that the substantive point tonight before you and Dash Rebelli, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. I am happy to know that the police has been charged for murder. And the truth is, Courtney, had the camera not been there, Latoya Bulgin would have just been another number dead. Latoya Bulgin would have just been another dead. Should be what, Courtney? Just another number. Just another statistic. And if they knew the camera was there, the camera would have been destroyed.
Of course.
It would have become another cold case in this country. It would have been another 9-day wonder. You don't realize that the death squad now do not only per date of late. And just tonight them knock for 4, you know. Because them say them not make them dead target for the week. So them just gonna knock for 4 tonight. Right at South Camp Road, them knock for 4 tonight. I ain't see it in the news. From 6 o'clock this evening, them knock for 4 and almost 10 o'clock and ain't no reporting in the news yet.
Help.
It's a wicked act. It's a gruesome act. It's a brutal act. I see the whole on the pan. Still signed.
You know what's there last night me I do my live. I don't remember who said to me. One of the ladies in the chat and them say Andre mentioned say four police them analyze 4 person. And they not coming at the news. Me I go check see if it's in the news now, ladies and gentlemen. Don't give me a second. Let's continue.
His signature. Marvin had the film part. Marvin has stand up against the walls of the police force. Smarty have to stand up against the walls of the police force. Andre Stevens stand against the government. Marvin stand against the police. That's a good. Don't it quote me? Yes. Donisha Prendergast stand for the poor people in Western Jamaica. If you have more Marvin, I stand up for something. If you have more Andre Stevens, I stand up for something. If you have more Donisha Prendergast, I stand up for something. Jamaica would be in a better place today. Somebody have to stand up against something. Somebody have to stand up against something. Somebody have to stand up, Courtney, against something. I have to stand up against.
Look like they want to mess with Andre's stream last night. Look how him freeze up. Watch that. Look how him freeze up for long. And me I do that in Jamaica. It actually freeze up. It actually freeze up. See, come back then.
Yes, somebody struck my internet. Me really need to get a Starlink. Anyone that know I come from America can buy one Starlink phone to teach. I really need. Police officer, Drayden is sending you some artwork. Murdered. Imagine Courtney. Bap, bap. And then you drag her body. Throw her lifeless. Throw her lifeless. Body. And drop her. And then her body fall out and do it again. What a cruel act. What a wicked act. What a cruel act. What a wicked act. To he's a police officer. He's a member of the security force. A police murdered her because of the actions of Horace Chang to tell his security officers shoot to kill and explain after. When a prime minister tell the minister of defense, tell his police, meet thy judge or thy maker. Meet thy judge. She was not a criminal. She was not a threat. She was a mother. She was a neighbor. She was a citizen. Where we want justice. Where we want it now. Where we want justice. Where we want equality now. She was a mother. Citizen. She was a neighbor. She was a caregiver. And Latoya Bulging was murdered by the police. She was murdered by the state. Facts are facts. She was murdered by the state because the prime minister and the security minister powered by a cruel murderous commissioner of police. A murderous. Let me say it again. A murderous commissioner of police. Call it what it is. It is his. You know? It's really sad. Very sad. Her name is Latoya Bulging. She was a mother. She was a citizen. She was a neighbor. She was not a criminal. She wasn't a threat to the policeman. She was a citizen of Jamaica living in the parish of St. James, in the community of Granville, demonstrating for her cousin that was murdered equally by the police. Cold-blooded murder. We must say her name. We must have a legislation that goes up against this kind of act, the Latoya Bulging Act. The Latoya Bulging.
Right there, so Jamaica. Right there, so. That right there, I love that. Mr. Andre Stevens. That right there, sir. I am in total agreement with that. I am in total agreement with this right here, so this suggestion right here.
The Latoya Bulging Buju Act, Courtney. We must legislate change using her name. We must legislate change in this country using her name. Just as we have the Ananda Dean Alert, the Latoya Bulging Act, that speaks to police when they have done some acts of criminality against the citizen. I gather that he has not gotten bail. He has not gotten a bail, Jamaica. But the Dranko, only a Dranko could have taken out and done such a gruesome, wicked act against humanity. She was murdered for a spent shell that she took up for her to become a witness. Can you imagine other witnesses, how the police would have dealt with you? So being a witness in Jamaica isn't safe. All lives matters. And I'm going to say this to you, Jamaica. If you continue, he's going to murder more of us. We must stand up for something. Or if we don't stand up for something, you're going to lose everything. Wicked act. Cruel act. 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 Latoya Bulgin, may you and your family get justice because they degraded your body. They degraded your body. The drunkards and the dogs you are. We need to get their names and speak more about the cruelty that has happened to humanity. You see, Jamaica, I'm getting into another topic tonight.
Yes, so the other policemen, I believe, should be charged. And nobody can declare that the young lady was not living. Nobody there, none of the police there could have declared that she was no longer with us. They cannot declare it. I understand they would be in error trying to declare that, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Only a professional could come and say, declare, yes, she is not here with us anymore. Or there's no way, people have been brought back from literally close to the fangs of death. But you see how they dealt with her body, ladies and gentlemen? That right there, so, is the reason why I believe the other police should be locked up. They stuffed her body in the trunk. There's reports, unconfirmed reports, that her body fell when they were driving towards the police station or wherever it is they were going. If that is true, based off the postmortem data, when they actually, analyze the cause of death and look at her body, you can tell, all right, you have bruises here, you have broken bones, you have fractures here. And, it should be that she got shot that actually made her, lose her life. But if evidence shows otherwise, that it's something else that they lose her life, I don't know, maybe the way how they dragged their body out of the something like a dog, maybe the way how they stuffed the fly chow doing, maybe the way how they stuffed their body in the back of the trunk of the vehicle, right? All of them should be charged. All of them should be charged, ladies and gentlemen. And it is sad that we have a police force that really and truly they don't actually seem like they give a damn, to be quite honest with you. I don't see it. Because you don't hear the right message coming out of the JCF heads. You don't hear the right message coming from what's name again? Oris Chang. And then you hear mixed messages coming from Andrew Holness as if he didn't say what he said. You feel what I say? And then this picture. There's this picture that surfaced. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if Andre had posted it. Let me see. I think he had put it up. I think he had put it up. Let me see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find it. Somebody had sent it to me. Somebody had sent me the picture. There's a picture of police commissioner, FID director Dennis. What's his name? Dennis what? Dennis Chang. That's his name. And somebody else. And I'm saying this picture, a picture tells 1,000 words, man. You can't see the boys club for the Jamaica Labour Party. And they're not hiding. You can't see the syndicate of the JLP from the FID president to the police commissioner. All of these men are yes men for the Jamaica Labour Party, as far as me see. I don't hear them come out, come say nothing objective. Right? Not all objective, but you know, it is what it is. Can't find the picture right now, I can move on. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen, about the suggestion from Mr. Andre Stevens in regards to the Lataya Buju Bolgi legislation. I am all for it. You know what I mean? You know, enough is enough. Whatever it is that we can do to affect change, I think it's our responsibility to do so. And if and when we are our families, our friends are the victims, you know, you can't say anything. You can't be like, oh, you know, but where were you? You had a voice. Everybody have a phone. Use your phone. Do a video. Speak about it. Let your voices be heard. You never know where it can go. I keep telling you guys, you know, if you guys was united, you know, we should have a hashtag justice for Lataya Buju Bolgin. There should be a hashtag on every video to speak on this issue. Justice for Lataya Buju Bolgin. And it cannot be a 1 year or 2 year thing. Right? Every time the police them, we see the police them look like say there is a suspected unaliving of a innocent unaliving of a citizen, and it's caught on video. Lataya Buju Bolgin would be the hashtag still used to show that one, the government has not done anything really and truly to stop this particular this act from happening by implementing body-worn cameras in the force, specifically in the areas where you have operations. The man them where use the most lethal weapon, them on the street, you know, them mask and them something. No man, the man them need to have on body-worn camera, man. Freedom, big up yourself. You feel me? I deal with the man them need to, and they could have to suffer for the badness so it go. And police use that same law when it commands to people because they have youth and have nothing to do with no crime. But because them got there on somebody not knowing say them a criminal, then them become a victim of police brutality or worse in a them operation, because you know most of the time them just assume say everybody is a part of whatever that person is a part of, and this is how them label people as gangs. You understand? Without proper intel, you have a thing called profiling. You feel me I say? So let me know what you think about that in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Moving on. Now my people. Let me start off. Let me go back here. So now. Go up on the People's National Party website. Here we go. It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. So, Dr. Dayton Campbell and ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Dr. Dayton Campbell and Zulika Jess. was on all angles. It's two small snippets from the show, right? But I want you guys to listen carefully to the question from Deanne Jackson Miller. And Deanne Jackson Miller has come under severe heat. And I believe she has exposed herself to be leaning towards the Jamaica Labour Party in her support, based off her criticism of Nikisha Burchell. She's entitled to her opinion, but her opinion will also lay us to have an opinion as well. Something that she said in that particular, you know, I don't know what to call it, bashing, heavy criticism of Nikisha Burchell, truly rubbed me the wrong way, because something about foot in mouth disease, and she tried to broad brush the People's National Party in terms of, you know, her criticism, like something is wrong with the approach of the People's National Party altogether. And it really, really bothers me, what she said, ladies and gentlemen, right? Because I don't think it was fair. And I'm going to go to the clip. I'm going to hear it for myself. All right?
Also control, because it's not a school mistress and a school marm in a basic school. All right, no. Just no. This is not it. Why would you say that? MP, you need to walk it back. You need to apologize. This was actually this.
And I asked the question, where was the demand for an apology from the Speaker of the House? When she said, move outside, where was the demand for apology from the Speaker of the House, Dr. Angela Brownberg? There's a myriad of things Juliet Holness is to apologize for, but I've never heard Deanne Jackson Miller say, no, you need to walk it back. I've never heard that. When has that happened? But listen.
Disappointing for a number of reasons. I've been watching MP Burchell since she came to Parliament. She's a first-time MP representing a rural constituency, the constituency of South St. James. And she's one of the younger MPs that the PNP, the opposition PNP, has been looking to help to revitalize their side of the House. I've been pretty impressed with her, right? I've been listening to her contributions in committee. I like how she handled herself. I think she's been doing her homework. And I'd earmarked her in a previous video as one of the MPs I thought did really well, you know, from the start of Parliament last year. But honestly, it looked like she got sit down on the PNP side of the House and she catch foot in mouth disease with some of them have, because on the, you know, from the start of Parliament last year. But honestly, it looked like she got sit down on the PNP side of the House and she catch foot in mouth disease, which some of them have. Because why would you say this?
Here is my point. The PNP, she catch foot in mouth disease on the PNP where some of them have. So this is a criticism of the PNP. A justified one? I don't know. You tell me. So you're telling me that the Speaker of the House don't have foot in mouth disease? This is why I said she's leaning more towards the JLP, in my opinion, in her commentary. And she try her best, but she get exposed a little bit here. So this was very disappointing from Deanne Jackson. Of course, my criticism of her is light compared to the other colleagues on the platform that is in support of the People's National Party. Mr. Wayne Lonesome dealt with her very, he dealt with her. But moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I've made my point in regards to Deanne Jackson Miller. Now, I want you to listen to this actual question. Angel Green said she out of order. Listen to this, the way she framed this question to Dr. Dayton Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this.
Been expressed, Campbell, given the concern that you've been expressing, this though in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief. Has there been, what should I say, a real attempt at engaging government on the concerns? I mean, we've heard the opposition at press conferences, but has there been a behind the scenes, come make us sit down and talk and try sort this out because the people suffering?
I find the question very insulting. I find the question very leading towards, as if she hasn't seen that the People's National Party has made several attempts. It was quite clear. So her question suggests that the PNP is just playing politics and they go to these press conferences to embarrass the Jamaica Labour Party and they're not really advocating on behalf of the people. That is how the question frame suggests to me. I don't know what you guys think, but when I heard it, that's the first thing. I was like, wait a minute. Why? If you notice, let me go back. If you notice how she was buck shuffling, asking the question, ladies and gentlemen, you could see that, for me, in my opinion, it came from a place of clear bias towards the Jamaica Labour Party. I am questioning her as a journalist. This is on all angles. This is TVJ. This is not her own podcast where she have her own opinion. You have to at least pretend as if you're being objective. You're telling me that you watched this entire 7 months and you didn't see clearly coming out of even the Prime Minister's mouth saying that the opposition leader reached out to him. As a matter of fact, the opposition leader has had an issue with him responding to him. The message just go and disappear and no reply. So how can you ask a question like that? And then she also framed it in a way, basically she was singing the tune of the Jamaica Labour Party. Listen again. I want you guys to listen carefully, ladies. Listen again.
Yeah, but given the concern that you've been expressing, this though in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt?
What should I say? A real attempt? And some people might have liked the Jackson Miller, right? So this might be hard for you to hear. But tell me that I am tripping. Tell me that I am just making a mountain out of a mole the way how she's framing this question. Tell me. Show me. Do a video and explain to me. Say, Bolo, no, you just read too much into it, man. Listen to her, ladies and gentlemen. She talked about infrastructure work. She talked about relief. All of these things. Singing the tune of the Jamaica Labour Party. Let me take this person off of my page. Thank you so much for exposing yourself. Right? Listen again.
Yeah, but given the concern that you've been expressing, this though in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt at engaging government on the concerns? I mean, we've heard the opposition at press conferences, but has there been a behind the scenes, come make us sit down and talk and try sort this out because the people suffering?
A part of Jamaican politics is that when you're elected, you become the chief mendicant. So I have been begging, pretty much, advocating, pleading to persons for some assistance for the persons. It makes no sense for me to not do that because that's...
Jamaica, I want you to go back to the first few parliaments because I can't do it right now. I didn't plan to do it. If I did, I would lay it out on the table for you right now. I want you to go back to the first few parliaments when the People's National Party and listen to the tone, mass control. Listen to the tone. See? Floyd Shaw, Vanessa, listen to the tone of the People's National Party. From the onset. As a matter of fact, you know I'm going to do it? I'll be back. And that's for the recording. I tell them say I'll be back. I'll go and do it. Let me find it. I'm trying to find it as quickly as possible. The first press conference of the People's National Party. I'm just try to show you how these people are. I cannot believe that she made that statement, y'all. Absolutely cannot believe that she made that. The way how she framed that, honestly, it just exposes her. It exposes her. It's one thing for you to be biased, and it's the next thing for you to act like you're not biased. Leon Jackson Miller does come out and tell us that you're a Labourite. It's that simple. You have a right to be a Labourite. It's a democracy. Just come out and tell us that you're a Labourite. Nothing wrong. Just tell us you are a Labourite. That's all she have to do. Because this don't make no sense, ladies and gentlemen. That question is one of the dumbest questions a journalist could ask the People's National Party if they have made a real attempt to reach out to oh, come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. This is untenable. This is untenable. I want you to listen to the opposition leader. I see me find it. This is one of them I'm going to find. It's at the press conference. And I'm also going to find the parliament as well. I'm going to find the parliament as well. You understand? Because this don't make no sense. I want you to listen to Mark Jefferson Golding at this press conference, ladies and gentlemen. As they come out. Alright? Pleading to the government. Begging the government. Right? And then she asks a foolish question like that. Come on, bro. This is crazy, man. It's like every single person in the media has sold out. That's how it appears. Donovan, how you doing? I haven't seen her at a PNP conference and I haven't heard her ask the PNP any questions, as a matter of fact. That's a very good observation. So, ladies, I'm back and I found the video, right? I found one of the videos. I want you guys to listen to Mark Jefferson Golding at the first press conference. Listen to this.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Jamaica. Good afternoon, members of the media and all listeners. I want to begin by expressing my profound, heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of those who have lost their lives in this tragic hurricane or its aftermath. Our sympathies also extend very profoundly to those thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans who are suffering at this time from the impact, the calamitous impact that this hurricane has had. And we are aware, of course, that there are levels of destruction. There's a large ground zero, as it's called, which is really the areas of Jamaica that were in the swathe of the hurricane when the eye hit in eastern Westmoreland, stretching into St. Elizabeth, stretching into the more westerly parts of Westmoreland as well, and then moving north into South St. James, parts of Hanover, and of course Trelawney and even St. Anne. The rest of Jamaica has also suffered damage, some of it before the hit of the hurricane. And so we can't leave them out because there are communities all over the island where people are in a very difficult situation, whether it be due to no access with roads being blocked or breakaways, landslides, and so on. Our hearts go out to all who are in this dire predicament now. Now, I would say that this hurricane and its aftermath represent an existential threat to our society as we know it. People in life-threatening situations of isolation and deprivation mean that unless relief can reach them promptly and unless the necessary assistance can be found and distributed in an equitable and transparent manner to help them rebuild their lives, Jamaica is going to be facing very difficult times. And I think that point is not lost on anyone who is familiar with what is going on as I speak. In this context, we all need to pull together in unity to get Jamaica through this terrible disaster. This is a time to join hands and hearts, not just in words, but in deeds, so that the whole nation can feel part of responding actively to this devastating situation and the solutions that will help us to pull ourselves out of it. The opposition must not at this time be seeking to score political points as a political competitor of the government. This is not the time for the opposition to adopt that posture, and we are indeed trying our very best to operate in the spirit of that. On the other hand, we must point out where there are areas of need and what we see as the priorities in relation to those needs, where we see weaknesses in the response mechanisms that need strengthening or correcting, and we must provide, where we can, constructive, well-intentioned suggestions to help navigate the country through this disaster. We must also demand transparency and fairness in the distribution of all relief. The relief must get to those who need it, prioritizing those who need it most, whether they be of whatever political color or whatever demographic group they may belong to. They're all Jamaicans, and they are to be treated equally in this time without any form of discrimination or tribal politics coming into it. And we want to stand for that. There can be no place for partisanship or profiteering by political insiders or others connected to them at a time like this. It requires good governance, inclusive governance, authentic communication, and everyone working together. I now move to some of the things that I wish to propose in this regard. I have proposed to the Prime Minister from last week, Wednesday, that he should establish a broad-based task force to be given the responsibility of governance oversight over the relief effort, the relief coming in, how it is dealt with, how it is distributed, not to manage that process on a day-to-day basis, but to provide oversight to those who are managing it. So there's some accountability for how it's done, and that accountability is being held by a broad-based group that can enjoy the support and confidence of the whole society, especially those who are suffering terribly now and no doubt fear that they may not be treated fairly or they may be ignored or overlooked in the response of the state to the crisis.
Jamaica, you hear when Mark Golden said at the press conference saying reach out to Andrew Holness from last week, that are the week before the press conference. The man was in constant dialogue behind the scenes with Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness confirmed it in a parliament. Remember going to parliament now and show us what the hell is Dion Jackson Miller talking about? What kind of question that she asks? I'm going to go back to the question again for showing us that I am not tripping. When I listen to me, when I analyze the thing, Dion Jackson Miller has exposed herself, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot believe it. Listen to the Ethan Campbell, so in a parliament. Listen to this. Tell me, say, the man them not come with an authentic plea to the government, right? For help. Listen to this.
From Portland Eastern, you would now be at the back of the line. I didn't touch your mic other than to turn it on. Member from Westmoreland East, your questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a few questions. At the outset, nothing that I say is politically motivated. I guess when a politician is saying something, people naturally think it's political because it's coming from a politician.
Member, just straight to the question.
From you see what you see? Look how humble. Look how humble Dayton Campbell came. The man is saying, listen, I want to make it clear that this is not being political. The situation in Westmoreland is a dire situation. This is ground zero. And listen to the virego in a parliament. This is why Nikisha Bertrand said what you said. Dion Jackson Miller.
Madam Speaker, please. I have a mother that is in St. Anne. I don't have one in here.
Member,
Right?
question, please.
Don't do that.
Straight to the question, member.
You see what Nathan Campbell had to do? I have a mother in St. Anne. I don't have one here. You don't talk to me like that. I'm a big man. Where was Dan Jackson Miller to demand the Speaker of the House to actually apologize to that? Yeah, sure, a lot of people to apologize to, you know. I haven't heard none of you said apologize. But that's not the point. Look at the humility and the restraint that Dr. Nathan Campbell showed. Because of these some people. Hey, Alana, la, woy. She's very disrespectful. You understand? So she had tried to control Parliament like how she control her yard. That's not what Nikisha Burchell said. But that's what it is. She have a controlling damn issue. Where you can control a man, so not Parliament. These are grown people, but I digress. Let's move on.
I'm simply trying to set the context of what I'm saying by saying that nothing that I have to say here is politically motivated. It's a simple point. My first question, because I think we have to learn from what we do. My first question. In the preparation for the hurricane, when the initial allocation was made of $200 million, we were told that some of us constituencies were not included in that allocation of $200 million. We raised concerns because the system was bigger than the country, several times bigger, and clearly would have affected every parish. Looking at what happened, where Westmoreland was told that not a priority, and landfall was made in eastern Westmoreland, do we think that we have the appropriate mechanism in place to make the allocations for impending weather events like this?
Good question. Good question. Good question.
Let me play that question again. Let me play that question again. Because this question is going to come up. Felicia P, what's up? This question is going to come up again, you know. 7 months after with a hurricane season right in front of us. Let me play that again.
We raised concerns because the system was bigger than the country, several times bigger, and clearly would have affected every parish. Looking at what happened, where Westmoreland was told that we're not a priority, and landfall was made in eastern Westmoreland, do we think that we have the appropriate mechanism in place to make the allocations for impending weather events like this?
Good question. Good question. Good question.
My second question. In the lead up again to the hurricane, we were told that the supplies would not get to the shelters until the system started and persons started going to the centers. Do you think that was the appropriate decision, seeing that we were preparing for a Category 5 hurricane, and naturally it would have caused disruption in access to get to the shelters? I could have made my points easier, but since I want to put them as questions, I just put them as questions. Do we have an idea, an accurate count of the number of deaths that have occurred in Jamaica? No. Because based on my count from my own constituency, in the Darliston division, there are 12. In the Leamington division, 4. Betheltown division, 2. And 7 in the White House division, which is giving me 25. So do we have an accurate count as to the number of deaths that have taken place in the country? Do we believe that the response to retrieve the bodies was appropriate? Because we've had funeral homes that had to come for some, and the community members had to bury others in eastern Westmoreland. So do we believe that the response has been adequate to pick up the bodies? In terms of the response of ministries, departments, and agencies, how do we go about making an assessment on how we deploy personnel from ministries, departments, and agencies to constituencies that are affected. Eastern Westmoreland is where landfall was made. A Category 5 hurricane, the eye of it, so that carries the eye wall, went across the constituency, starting in New Hope to Darlington, to Betheltown, and then over into South St. James. Total devastation and destruction along the entire constituency. Do we believe that enough personnel from ministries, departments, and agencies have been mobilized for a constituency like this, which is in fact the actual ground zero of the hurricane? My next question: do we think that the condition that obtains in the shelters currently is adequate? The Maud MacLeod shelter in Darlington, the persons there are sleeping on the desk that are within the shelter. Not one mattress is at the facility. Females are there that are having their monthly cycles without any form of supplies being given to that center. 3-month-old baby in the center. Do we think that sufficient work is being done in the centers, in the shelters that currently obtain? There are over, by my estimation, at least 2,000 homes that are flat, not damaged. They are totally destroyed. The foundation is all that you see. Do we think enough is being done to provide shelter, food, and water for those persons who have been displaced? I'm encouraged, Prime Minister, by some of what you have said. I'm encouraged by some of what you have said. Not being unreasonable, I'm encouraged by some of what you have said. The establishment of the points by the JDF is something that is long overdue, so that we can have access points across the constituency where you can airlift supplies to and then distribute from there, and that we can get medical personnel in place. The hurricane itself and the destruction that it has caused is a high-stress environment. To be hypertensive, have high blood pressure, and be out of your medication in a high-stress environment is a recipe for disaster. It's a ticking time bomb. So those persons that are within Eastern Westmoreland that needs medical care, the centers have to be set up urgently in a way that the army can mobilize persons to the different communities so they can attend to persons. There are at least 3 communities that are still maroon. And at Grand Gala, we see soldiers rappelling from the helicopters. It can't be just practice. Now is the real thing. Beast and Spring, which have Beast and Spring, the 3 areas that are maroon, Beast and Spring, and a community called Touch Valley, and there's another section there called Left Hall, and then you have Amity, up in close to the border with South St. James. PM, my own assessment, and I'm not a specialist in this, but my own assessment, looking at the damage to the housing stock, is that I believe that the only thing that I see that can quickly deal with it is the containerized housing solutions that come anywhere between 3,000 to 4,000 US landed and erected.
Member, do you have any more questions?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I do.
Okay, please,
yes,
member.
I do. Yes, I do.
Please, member, questions.
What is the what?
So even in the humility of the People's National Party, in the most devastating period in Jamaican history, the Speaker of the House didn't have the emotional intelligence to allow the man to ask his questions. Interrupting the man. This is not a normal situation. Forget your standing orders and use emotional intelligence so the man, the representative of the People's National Party, can speak on behalf of the people that are suffering in Eastern Westmoreland in this case. Right? Look at her. This is what the PNP had to deal with there, Jackson Miller. Where was your criticism of how the government was operated in this sensitive time? Right? Where was your criticism of the House Speaker in the way she was behaving? Can you imagine in a public space how they are dealing with the People's National Party in Parliament? For the world to see, you can imagine the People's National Party humbly trying to reach out. And what that would look like. I'm going to show you after this what it would look like.
What is the possibility of us?
Please, member, questions.
What is the possibility?
Look at that face. Look at her face of disgust. Look at her face of disgust. And if for those who want to see, come over to Bolo TVV. Look at her face of disgust, ladies and gentlemen. She cannot even hide her true feelings towards her bias against the People's National Party members. Right? Her face looks like she's constipated and want to throw up at the same time. She have a constipated face, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Freeze frame. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. She cannot hide her bias and her disgust for the People's National Party. And she's supposed to be the Speaker of the House. And she's supposed to be balanced and fair. And you can see her face, her body language, everything. Yesterday in Parliament, you want to hear she almost went against, I think she went against the standing orders and called out Nikisha Burchell's name. And then correct herself. I'm sorry, say Nikisha Burchell never get up and say, you are out of order based on standing orders such and such and such. You understand? Let's continue.
The ability of us as a country putting a program together that will see us being able, and I'm sure the other members from Westmoreland will speak for themselves, but and surrounding areas, because Northwest St. Elizabeth is in the same category, you know. So it's not a political point that I am making, because the damage there is just as bad. What is the possibility of us being able to implement a program quickly where we can get some of those units erected, so at least we can get that mother from under the tarpaulin with her children? That is the current situation in Belmont and Bluefields and elsewhere across the constituency.
Ian Jackson Miller, 7 months later, where were you when the People's National Party were asking these questions? 7 months later, that question, the Jamaica Labour Party has still failed. 7 months later. Mighty God.
We also need, if you want me to ask it as a question, when will we be able to have some repair done to the gas station facilities, so that when somebody says to me they're coming from Kingston, I don't have to ask them to bring me low sulfur, so that I can drive? When
you know what is disgusting about the Jamaica Labour Party? Some of their supporters. Look at this person in the comment section talking about, you get enough time. That's not a question. No heart, no soul, just disgusting and evil. No compassion. I'm telling you, you know, God is not sleeping. You can't tell none of that. You better repent. Because if you don't repent, boy, it's not going to pretty pound. People like you in the comment section are saying these things. Mighty God.
will we have some facility in place that persons can get access to fuel, so that they can, even the elected officials, that they can actually go to the communities? Madam Speaker, I have nothing but concern for the people that I represent. I don't care who they voted for. Not my concern at this time. I'm talking about the people and how they are currently living. Anybody who doubts what I am saying, take a trip for yourself. And if it doesn't cause you to have tears, then you are not human. Anybody that doubts what I'm saying, take a trip for yourself. If you think that I am just here grandstanding, take a trip for yourself and have a look at the situation. It is a total and complete disaster in Eastern Westmoreland, and this is a cry for help.
So Deon Jackson Miller, you never hear the cry for help. You never hear the cry for help, Deon Jackson Miller, talking about if there was a real effort from the People's National Party. Do you see what Dr. Dayton Campbell, did you see grandstanding? That was the most humility I saw from Dr. Dayton Campbell. Did you see him in the campaign? I was wondering if it was the same Dr. Dayton Campbell that came to Parliament. The man was shook. The man was absolutely shook from the events that happened with Hurricane Melissa and what he saw happen to the people and what happened to himself because he moved the gun to. You understand? He sustained damages. He was right there in the heart of it with the people. Dr. Dayton Campbell is an unsung hero among us. I'm going to tell you something. You see these persons in these constituency that got hit, if there was ever a time for them to prove their commitment to the people that they serve and who elected them, and even those who didn't elect them and didn't vote for them, you saw it post Hurricane Melissa from the People's National Party. But I want to cap this critique of Deon Jackson Miller's question with this particular video, ladies and gentlemen, from my own collection on TikTok. I want you to listen to Andrew Holness' words out of his own mouth. Listen to this.
On the pandemic.
Hear this.
Management from the
hear this.
side of
TikTok, hear this.
On the pandemic.
Hear this.
When the leader of the opposition and myself met,
yes,
he expressed to me that he would want to have a role
yes
in the recovery, and that was not something that I objected to.
Oh, yeah. Deon Jackson Miller, you hear that? The People's National Party, Mark Golding met behind the scenes. Met behind the scenes with Andrew Holness. So what do you think they want to do? When they met behind the scenes after post-Hurricane Melissa, you don't think that they were dialoguing about all these things that has come up now? All these failures that Mark Golding tried to give some sound advice for them to prevent, because at the end of the day, the people will be the ones who are suffering. Mark Golding reached out his hand and said, work with us. We are here. And what did Andrew Holness say? Listen to this.
Management from the
hear this.
side of
TikTok, hear this.
On the pandemic.
Hear this.
When the leader of the opposition and myself met,
yes,
he expressed to me that he would want to have a role
yes
in the recovery, and that was not something that I objected to.
Oh, you never object?
I still, however, have to figure out how does that work.
Andrew Holness just admitted that he can't figure out after all this time, how Mark Golding is going to have a role in the recovery process. Him still can't figure that out, I want to make that digest. More on that go down and wash and just, when you drink one nice cup of coffee and you feel it all the way down in your intestine, your belly feel a relief and you bust a gas. I want to know if you remember, Andrew Holness just said, him still a figure out how Mark Golding can be a part of the recovery process. A role in the recovery process. How Mark Golding can have a role in the recovery process. Ladies and gentlemen, How him find it so hard? How it's so hard for him figure out a role for Mark Golding in the recovery process? What little he must think of Mark Golding? These are questions. What little he must think of Mark Golding that he can't figure out how a man that know business, a man as smart as Mark Golding, right? The leader of the opposition, a successful businessman, he can't figure out how Mark Golding is going to have a role in the recovery process. Andrew Holness, you're skilling a brother. You're a dangerous guy. You're wicked. Yo! Andrew Holness too wicked, brother.
The framework of our system is we have a parliament.
Yes.
This is the ultimate forum in which we meet and debate. And I have said, hold on, I've said, listen, let us establish a special committee. It wouldn't be under the strictures of all the other rules of how...
So, Andrew, if you want to figure out how Mark Golding can be a part and have a role, why you don't ask Mark Golding, what do you suggest? How you can play a role? You never think about that? No, but you want to figure it out yourself. And then you not have the brains to figure it out according to you. You still can't figure it out now, so you don't have the brains, you don't have the IQ, so why you never ask Mark Golding? Mark Golding, you know, what do you suggest? You never think about that? That never occurred to you. You know why? Because you have no intention of Mark Golding playing any role or the opposition. That's my opinion and I'm entitled to it. Yeah? That is no longer an opinion. That has become a fact. It has manifested into a fact, ladies and gentlemen. The Jamaica Labour Party showed clear signs that they have no intention. No intention of having the People's National Party involved in any type of recovery. Now they are failing. You see Desmond McKenzie come out talking about, you know, we should work together, you know, cleaning up the garbage and this initiative. No, not fail pound on own, so not do it pound on. Hug up that. Let's listen to the answer from Dr. Data. We'll play over this now for sure. I just proved how ridiculous the statement that she made was in the question. But let's go over again, ladies and gentlemen.
But given the concern that you've been expressing, this though in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt at engaging government on the concerns? I mean, we've heard the opposition at press conferences, but has there been a behind the scenes, come make us sit down and talk and try sort this out because the people suffering?
A part of Jamaican politics is that when you're elected, you become the chief mendicant. So I have been begging, pretty much, advocating, pleading to persons for some assistance for the persons. It makes no sense for me to not do that, because that's where you get the allocation from. What I think is that the coordination of it has just not happened to an acceptable level, and I think there is a lot of PR that is taking place around it that makes it appear as if the recovery is well, but it's really not going well on the ground. So, for example, a lot of roads would have suffered significant damage during the passage of the hurricane. And we have not had a road program that has given any allocation to the constituency of Eastern Westmoreland since the passage of the hurricane. So I heard the minister announce a program, and he said that $500 million out of the 1-point-something billion would be spent in Kingston and St. Andrew. Now, Kingston and St. Andrew did not suffer majority of the damage from the passage of the hurricane. So that was just a routine program, but they just rebranded it to say that it is to deal with Hurricane Melissa. But it really wasn't, because the allocation to Western Jamaica was about $70 million for the entire parish of Westmoreland. Nothing significant has been done.
I think one of the concerns has to be to what extent does the parish feel like it knows what's happening? You know, is there a plan? is the people know what is going to be happening to deal with these problems across constituencies. And I know you're just one constituency, but you are in St. Elizabeth.
I don't know that there's any confidence in respect of there being a plan per se for the parish of St. Elizabeth. And I say this because I am bearing in mind what the mayor actually said just a few weeks ago when he said that he's having sleepless nights because the parish is not ready in the event that another hurricane or even just a tropical storm comes. From those utterances, one would realize that there really doesn't appear to be any concerted or targeted plan for the parish of St. Elizabeth, especially bearing in mind that the mayor himself has indicated that more than half of the shelters are not in a position to take in persons. So in other words, the shelters need shelter because many of them are still without roofs. Many of them are just not in a state where they can provide any useful purpose. In terms of a plan, we do hear in Parliament plans about a new city in Black River, but we have no idea as it relates to the concept or the actual design or the scope. We have no idea.
Which is a segue to NARA then, because we've been told that NARA, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, that a set of priority projects is being determined by cabinet. Presumably St. Elizabeth is going to figure in there. Presumably Westmoreland is going to figure in there as two of the worst hit areas.
So that was two of the clips, ladies and gentlemen. The shelter needs shelters. Mighty God. Zulika Jess. Big up Zulika Jess. The shelter needs shelter. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, man. As far as I'm concerned, Deanne Jackson Miller has truly it's truly disappointing for me. Never expected that, I thought she was a neutral and a professional in the media space. Leave that up to us bloggers. Let us pick a side and seem biased. But on TVJ doing an interview, to ask such a ridiculous question to Dr. Ethan Campbell and then coming off the cusp of criticizing Nikisha Burchell the way you did, and we have not heard you criticize the Speaker of the House and have that strong language against her. It just rubs me the wrong way. Let me know what you guys think, alright? Yes, my general.
I think one of the concerns has to be to what extent does the parish feel like it knows what's happening? Is there a plan? Is the people know what is going to be happening to deal with these problems across constituencies? And I know you're just one constituency, but you are in St. Elizabeth.
I don't know that there's any confidence in respect of there being a plan per se for the parish of St. Elizabeth. And I say this because I am bearing in mind what the mayor actually said just a few weeks ago when he said that he's having sleepless nights because the parish is not ready in the event that another hurricane or even just a tropical storm comes.
Jamaica, wanna remember, did you guys see the interview on Portland Spice TV with the mayor? Gauntlet. No, I am not saying Deanne Jackson Miller is bad. I'm not saying that. I think she just likes the JLP. I think she just likes the Prime Minister. I think she doesn't like Mark Golding. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm a white man. Maybe she has say, she has support a black man. When you look at Lisa Hanna, remember what PDTV, you remember what he said about his conversation with Lisa Hanna? That Lisa Hanna rather support what his name? Andrew Holness, because Andrew Holness look the part more. A lot of people have appearance biases now. So like me, because I'm a big guy, and I'm not in suits and me no look slim and me I say they wouldn't support me. in certain things. And they do it too. In the Jamaica Labour Party, them have a size bias in terms of people and them weight. You understand? We make you think Marlon Morgan are one clown in that party. He don't have no significant role in that party. He might the class clown. You understand? And them also have some things, the JLP have some things against women as well. If you really look at it. You know, look how them support George Wright in the last election. I mean, if I had an organization and there was a video showing you just battering your girlfriend, I would never assign you to any post in government under my party. Hell to the no. There's no way that's happening. I don't support that. I cannot support you. But they did. All the women over there supported George Wright. Once they stayed quiet, that is support. Even if they had a problem with him, they support him. And I see George Wright still making appearances with the Prime Minister. So nothing has changed. The love they have for him is still there and the support. So, you see, but, hey man, Mark Golding is not a slim guy. He doesn't have this appearance of how they would want a man to look. Like a smutty. Listen, I don't care how you look. I don't care if you're a female. I don't care. I don't business about none of that. Can you get the job done? Can you help and facilitate and put the systems in place to make the people's life better, improve, more positive? If you can do that, I don't care if you crawl to work. I don't care if you roll in. I don't care if you're paralyzed. I don't care if you have special needs. Salute to you, sir, ma'am, and thank you for your service. I don't business. I don't care. It's not a popularity contest, or it's not a runway where, I don't business about them something patsy. Come on, man. Anyway, did you guys know that the NARA CEO was in an exclusive interview? Did you guys know that? Who knew? Anybody? If you knew, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat. Did you guys know that the NARA president, the NARA CEO, my apologies, did you know that he did an exclusive interview? Did you? We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about... Only never know? Ratted. Only in for a treat. Father's King, big up. Only in for a treat. Because me not listening to it neither. Me only see it. And I said, this I heard a snippet of it. I heard a snippet. Just a snippet. Like a short? Yeah, I heard a snippet of it. I didn't hear the whole thing. So, we're going to go through it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just put it in the slot right here. Put it in the slot right here. Put it in the slot right here. So, the new man van JIS from CVM get the exclusive interview with Anthony Anderson. Yeah. You cannot make this up, ladies and gentlemen. But before I go to them, let me play one of my favorite members of the People's National Party. Let me play her video. Yes.
From the People's National Party.
The People's National Party Youth Organization stands firmly alongside the People's National Party in demanding the immediate resignation of Mr. Shane Dallin as Chief Executive Officer of the Firearm Licensing Authority. The Integrity Commission's report tabled on Tuesday has confirmed what many suspected, that the FLA under Mr. Dallin's leadership became an institution where accountability was optional, records were falsified, and evidence conveniently disappeared. For young Jamaicans who are daily confronted with the devastating consequences of illegal firearms on our streets, this is a profound and unacceptable betrayal. The Commission confirmed that a deceased individual's identity was used to fabricate ammunition sales records in a licensed dealer's name. It confirmed that hundreds of rounds of ammunition stored in the FLA's own vault cannot be accounted for. It confirmed that critical server data was permanently lost because no backup system existed at a government agency responsible for regulating deadly weapons. The youth of Jamaica are tired of watching those in authority escape consequences while ordinary citizens bear the cost of institutional failure. The FLA exists to protect public safety. What the Integrity Commission has uncovered is a disgrace to that mandate and an insult to every young person who has lost someone to gun violence in this country. Every round of ammunition that cannot be accounted for is a round that could end up in a community like mine, in the hands of someone who should never have had access to it. When the agency meant to control who holds deadly weapons cannot account for its own vault, young Jamaicans pay that price with their lives. We refuse to stay silent while institutional failure fuels the violence that is stealing our generation. The PNP Youth Organization calls on the Minister of National Security to immediately commission a full and independent investigation into the FLA's operations. Tightening procedures means nothing without leadership that commands public trust. Integrity and transparency are not negotiable. Mr. Dallin must go.
Visit our website at pnp.org.jm or check us out on...
I absolutely love the angle that you took on that, and it's a very, very serious point that you just made, ladies and gentlemen. Missing bullets can end up being used to take the lives of persons within. It can be used to take the lives of persons, young people. You understand? Yes, so I really appreciate that conversation right there, and I also call on the immediate resignation of Shane Dallin for that reason and more. Because when they say that no guns were missing, bullet is also lethal. All the other person needs to have is a weapon. So if you have missing bullets, I mean, damn, you don't think those missing bullets can be used in a nefarious way to put the citizens' lives in danger? I mean, come on, what are we doing? So yeah, I totally agree with her and the People's National Party. This is untenable. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with a reaction to this particular interview on JIS. Let's listen to the CEO of NARA that has no chance of going to prison if anything wrong is done in NARA because he is indemnified. So I want you guys to pay attention to his tone. I want you to pay attention to his body language and all of these things. All right? Let's continue. Let's get into it. And like and share the video, ladies and gentlemen.
The 2026 hurricane season officially started on June 1, and so did the new CEO of NARA, that's the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, which will be managing Jamaica's post-Hurricane Melissa recovery. He's Major General Anthony Anderson here with us for this special JIS interview. General Anderson, the start of your appointment coinciding with the start of the hurricane season feels very symbolic. Do you see it that way?
I think it is, and I believe that there's probably a good reason why it's on the 1st of June. Obviously, we've been looking at that period, June to November, as the hurricane season. Traditionally, hurricanes came in the middle of that, August, September. So we have a real full season now, and that's it's concerning because it's now much more expanded than it was, even though we've always said that's the hurricane season. Yeah. But as I say, my appointment this day, although I'm not going to be doing ODPM's work, I'll be doing pretty much large reconstruction and resilience projects for the government, and of course in that process building a lot of knowledge transfer and capacity building in it.
Hurricane Melissa had a devastating impact on Jamaica, even if people weren't directly affected. Seeing how so many people were impacted, does that affect how you do your job?
Not really. I mean, I just focus and get things done. That's perhaps it's my background that causes that. It's crisis, operating in a crisis is really, it has been my bread and butter for a very long time. And so once it happens, you can't get too emotionally involved with it, because you need to be very functionally involved with it to ensure the best outcomes.
Yeah, you spoke about your background just now. You've been head of the JDF, head of the police force. You've been national security advisor, most recently Jamaica's ambassador to the US. Anyone would agree you have served your country with distinction. You could easily go off to go and play pickleball or golf, something like that, hang up your socks. Why take on this huge job now?
Well, when you do service, there's never enough that you can do for your country. If there was no Melissa, then there'd be no Nara, and then I wouldn't be doing this. I'd still be the ambassador. I'd still be doing that and seeking an advantage for Jamaica over there. But since you had Melissa, with the level of damage and devastation that it caused, and you have Nara, you now have opportunity. And that's an opportunity all of us, none of us can afford to waste. And I believe that my own background and experience will assist in getting that done.
Expound on opportunity. What do you mean by that?
Well, it's given an opportunity to rebuild. It's given an opportunity to get money, to invest in infrastructure that was probably necessary, but we didn't have the money to do, and things that are now damaged, which are broken, that previously were okay, so people would get by with it. Now we have an opportunity to rebuild. We have an opportunity to get a construction industry that can build faster and bigger things. We have an opportunity to get young engineers looking at how you build at scale. And we have an opportunity to create leadership through our ministries' structures to ensure that we have leaders who can lead in a crisis. Yeah. So there are lots of opportunities there.
And for you, what will success in this job look like?
Well, at the core of it is that we actually deliver at scale, with speed, transparently, efficiently, the projects that are given by...
Transparently? Transparently? No, you gotta be kidding, bro. Use one next word. Transparently is not it, sir. There's no transparency in Nara. Let's continue.
At the core of it is that we actually deliver at scale, with speed, transparently, efficiently, the projects that are given by the cabinet. Beyond that is the level of integration and communication we get going with our public-private partnerships, and also with what the private sector is doing. All of that needs to, at least there needs to be awareness with all of it, so that we can create some synergies from all of the efforts that are going to be taking place simultaneously, what we do, but what everybody else is doing as well, is to bring all that together.
And speaking about the synergies and the efforts, if you were to put some timelines on that, what realistically are you hoping to achieve in your first 90 days?
Well, usually it's 100 days. Yeah, usually we talk about now 100 days. I mean, the first part of it is really setting up the organization. So NARA is an act that has a CEO, and that's it at the moment. So very rapidly, we're going to have to build out the organization, and also get the systems in place that can properly manage in a automated and effective way, manage the program of projects and the projects themselves with the necessary tools to be able to report on things so that the discussions around transparency, discussions around what's going on, ideally those will disappear because it will be automated and it's a part of your systems.
And so what do you hope to achieve by the end of this year?
Right, so by the end of this year, we should have, well, NARA will be up and running. We will have a sense or a register of our projects that are NARA projects, but the other projects that are taking place.
So Jamaica, according to him, the NARA is going to be our system where everything will be transparent. More want to listen and more want to write them something down. You know. So you see when the ultimate moment come, I'm going to say certain things, I'm going to go back, I'm going to say, wanna remember. Listen again.
Right, so by the end of this year, we should have, well, NARA will be up and running. We will have a sense or a register of our projects that are NARA projects, but the other projects that are taking place that may impact, or the ones that we may be able to get synergy from by coordinating the efforts, whether it's a public-private partnership type project, an existing project in a ministry that's not under NARA, or a private sector project. And the more we know about the collective picture of what's being done, is the better we can get some synergies. We should also, by the end of the year, have had engagements with all the MDAs that have a piece to play in that puzzle, but also affected parish councils and so on. We need to know each other, because I mean the truth is that I'm here as CEO of NARA, but ultimately the outcome is a better Jamaica for everyone. So everyone who has a hand in it should want to accelerate it, get things going faster, more efficiently, because that's what our people expect of us.
Yeah. You mentioned transparency earlier, and there has been a lot of discussion around NARA itself and their appointment, and we do want to touch on some of those issues on the other side of this break. We're speaking with Major General Anthony Anderson, the CEO of the newly established NARA. More on the other side of this break. Know you mainly from your of NARA Major. Welcome back to this special JIS interview. We're speaking with the CEO of NARA, Major General Anthony Anderson. General Anderson, Jamaicans know you mainly from your jobs heading the JDF and the police force, so we know you have a strong background in national security. What qualifies you, many Jamaicans are asking, for this job?
Right, so one is that, the job of CEO is a CEO job. That's the first thing. That if you're going to run something large and complex.
No, I know why Mr. Wayne on some call in Google Gaga. Did he just say the first of all, a CEO job is a CEO? Man, you gotta be kidding, bro. Hold up, wait a minute. What?
Qualifies you, many Jamaicans are asking for this job.
Right, so one is that, the job of CEO is a CEO job. That's the first thing. That if you're going to run something large and complex, it suits you to have done that before. Beyond that, of course, I mean, I was, during the 2000s, for a portion of that I ran the engineer regiment of the JDF and responded to 2 hurricanes, Gustav and Ivan, as the head of the engineering part of the force. I also worked with, as in that job. As a matter of fact, between small and large projects, I had like 250 of them running at the same time, construction projects of different scales. I worked with NHT on the inner city housing projects, built bases, and did many things like that. So I have a relatively strong background in construction, from working on a site as a teenager
Speak to us about that.
Well, back in the day, when I was at UTech, I did electrical engineering, but I also needed to make some money, so I worked construction supervision, initially construction supervision in like the summers and so on. I do that to make money so that you can fund yourself through school.
Yeah. You mentioned managing over 250 construction projects while you were
of different size. You have little ones like small ones to large projects.
How would you describe your leadership style, managing all of that, then coming straight up through the ranks?
Well, you have systems. You have to put systems in place once you're doing large things or anything that's complex or many things at the same time. You have to have systems. You have to select and get good people and then empower them and guide them. So you empower them, you build them, and you're almost building your own redundancy. So you make sure that you have people around you who know what you know and can do what you do. So that's always part of it. Yeah. If you're in a crisis, I become very directive about what needs to happen and just get it done. Outside of that, I'm collaborative.
Yeah. Speaking about getting very directive, leading the JDF and the police force may be very different from leading a public-facing entity, a public sector agency like the NARA. Will you have to change how you lead to accommodate that?
No, I've never had to use a lot of force to lead. People, I generally share what I'm thinking, share my vision for whatever I'm doing, but share also why it's important, why it matters, and why your work matters.
Yeah. Nobody no need to share nothing. Nara have stepping powers. So nobody come with this, oh, you know, we don't have to use force. That's exactly what Nara was built for. Force. Cut the crap, cut the malarkey.
Share my vision for whatever I'm doing, but share also why it's important, why it matters, and why your work matters. And when you're leading organizations or anything, you really you sink or swim together. I mean, you rising tide raises all boats, and it's important that I found it beneficial where the person who's considered at the lowest levels understand what's going on. I don't think there's anyone in a process who needs to be removed or doesn't need to know. So I default towards getting people to know, except for the things that need to be unknown. Okay. If you see what I'm saying.
I do.
Yes.
There have been questions about whether you applied for this job and went through the process like everyone else, or whether you were handpicked for this position. Can you respond to that?
Well, I applied based on the requirements that was published in the newspaper, I believe it was, and online. And then I was interviewed, probably maybe an hour and 3/4 interview. So it was quite an interesting thing. But of course, it wasn't that problematic for me because it's really talking about things I know. You know, it wasn't that.
Yeah. The agency has been controversial even before it came into being, with various interest groups raising varying concerns. Does that concern you?
So it's new. New things tend to have that. We're aware that, you know, and we have a society where you have a lot of interested parties around any new thing. There is also sometimes challenges with trust, you know, we're not sure. And sometimes we default, unfortunately, to the negative rather than the positive. And that's why even things like, you know, was there a special arrangement for me? Well, why would there be? You understand? And that's that.
What do you mean, why would there be? Because you are the Prime Minister friend, aka allegedly cousin. What do you mean, why would there be? So, people actually asking the question if there was a special. Look on your face. I'm going to screenshot this. Box cover. Why would there be? You cannot make this up, Jamaica. You cannot make this up. No, this man is definitely an anti-honest friend. Then people are taking for that, you know. What do you mean, why would there be? Who is your wife, sir? Are you married? Is your wife a friend of Andrew Holness? Well, if you're your wife, you must be a friend of Andrew Holness. Because you are a friend of Andrew Holness. Weren't you his personal security advisor at one point? You're the only man that failed in the office and went to another office where you get more money and more prestige. You moved from when I can't show the numbers them. I just don't want to do it right now. You were a failure as a commissioner. And after as a commissioner, you went to where? What them name as an ambassador? Brother, I want your job security. I want your job security. Where did you go to school? It is alleged that you went to school in England. Is that true? I'm just asking questions. Because there's a lot of dots that need to be connected, you know. And I don't want to presume anything. So I'm asking the question. Who is your wife? Right? Who is your wife's father? Is your wife's father a businessman in Jamaica? And is that businessman a friend of Andrew Holness and an associate? Does that businessman have any interest in pulling contracts from this NARA organization? And if these things are true, the questions I'm asking, if all of the answers are yes, don't you see that as a conflict of interest? Wouldn't that tie into corruption, nepotism, cronyism? These are questions. Why would it be? That's crazy.
So, and that's why even things like, was there a special arrangement for you? But why would there be? You understand? And that's the question. Why would there be? And why would that be necessary? It wouldn't be necessary. So we get into that mode. The only way we get out of it, to tell you the truth, is when we deliver. How we engage people. How we let them know, what we're thinking. Too much is riding on this for it to not succeed. It's a no-fail mission.
And I do want to come to that momentarily, but did the noise make the job less appealing for you?
I think so. Also, sometimes challenges with trust, we're not sure. And sometimes we default, unfortunately, to the negative rather than the positive. And that's why even things like, was there a special arrangement for you? But why would there be? You understand? And that's the question. Why would there be? And why would that be necessary? It wouldn't be necessary. So we get into...
Sir, so you're telling me that all the persons, that these 80 plus people that came to do an interview, you were the most qualified? You were the most qualified with the most experience. All the other international people, you were the most qualified. Until I see a listing of persons and credentials, I don't believe that. I don't. I just don't believe it.
To that mode, the only way we get out of it, to tell you the truth, is when we deliver. How we engage people. How we let them know, what we're thinking. Too much is riding on this for it to not succeed. It's a no-fail mission.
And I do want to come to that momentarily, but did the noise make the job less appealing for you?
I've dealt with noise a lot over my time in public service, especially once you're in a job that is relatively high profile. There's going to be...
The mainstream media is so condescending, and these people that think that they are what I would say is above the fold, and they cannot be held accountable. For them, ladies and gentlemen, you see, when people criticize and ask critical questions, they call it noise. That in itself is a dismissive tone, and it tells you where they are at in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean? But let's continue.
Noise. In order to do the job, you have to be able to clear the noise. You have to be laser focused on what you're trying to get done. Because it's always trying to distract you. It's always trying to take you down a rabbit hole to prove this or disprove that. That's not why you're there. You're there to deliver something specific. Whatever the job is, there's a very specific set of things that you're there to deliver. That's what you need to focus on. And if you can't take the noise, then you're probably not suited for that.
Yeah. Some of the concerns have been the amount of power that the CEO, you, will have. How do you plan to operate so that public interest groups and the public feel heard?
Well, I've always operated that way. I mean, most of the positions I've have had extensive power in law, very extensive power. So I've always tried to communicate as best as I can with the public, let people know what's going on. Depending on what we're doing, you can do that to a lesser or greater extent. But I believe that each organization that I've been in, the way they have communicated with the public has increased manyfold and has developed in those organizations. From behind the wall to, okay, this is what we do. And the truth of the matter is now just technology, the way we communicate, AI, all of these things that are part of our world now, it really doesn't allow for anything but a certain degree of openness.
Yeah. And speaking about that, there have been questions about the level of internal accountability NARA will have. Do you have any ideas how you plan to address those issues?
Well, we have to base NARA initially on what is considered international best practice around this type of thing. And there are a few models that are out there that we've been looking at, how we do that. There are trusted softwares, processes, planned programs, and so on. These things are known already and are acceptable to donors, funding institutions, financing institutions, and so on. So I don't see us going far from that. Obviously, we have to have credibility with what we're doing. So the key is to set up credible systems up front as we develop the organization.
You spoke about knowing the local government and connecting with all the other MDAs and agencies. Will NARA be duplicating the work of other agencies?
No, because there's lots of work to go around, especially if we're going to try and do things in a short period of time. Hopefully, by collaboration, we'll probably allow them to unstick some blocks they may have or whatever, or have the discussion. In the end, we want a better system, not just for NARA, because NARA is time-bound, but for the government, for the system, the civil service, public service.
Yeah, you may have just answered my final question, okay. But at the end of the day, when your job is done, what do you want Jamaicans to be saying about NARA?
That it made a significant and lasting and legacy difference to how we do business in Jamaica and to our landscape, our development trajectory, and our growth.
Yeah. A lasting difference. That's the word from the incoming CEO of NARA, Major General Anthony Anderson, who just spoke to us here for this special JIS interview. Major General Anthony Anderson, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Yeah. And thank you for tuning in.
Well, we have it on record, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that's all I will say. We have it on record. There's some key things in that particular interview that he said that, his assurances and stuff like that. One of the main things for me personally, I took from that is that there's going to be some type of real-time accountability system for the operations of NARA. That's not in the act. That's not in the bill. Basically, something like JAMP is what I am reading from it. It's going to be something like JAMP. That's what I'm reading from it. I might be mistaken, but this NARA bill is so vague, and this building out idea, I don't know why you can't construct something that actually, is acceptable. And then when you look at, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at civil society groups, there are several things that they wanted to get amended. And let me tell you, this NARA bill, there was no real urgency, in my opinion, by this government for the NARA bill in terms of helping the citizens that are most vulnerable. Because when you look at the other things that they have in place in terms of their response to all the stuff that's going on and people needing help, you have to say, but hold on, I don't really see this NARA bill and the rush to pass it in the way it is. Even in the language of the NARA bill, it doesn't really have anything to do with helping citizens directly. It just has to do with big projects. That's all. It has to do with big projects. Ladies and gentlemen, this picture, let me know why Mr. Waylon call this man Google Gaga. Yeah, man. That picture right there, so you make me know. This is the moment he said, why would I get special? Why would I get special treatment to get this job? I said, that is the dumbest question I ever heard. That you know how much reasons you would get the job, sir? The connection that you have with the Prime Minister, duh. Who was a part of the process. All of these accolades he's talking about. But like I said, I'm very interested in what this system is of accountability that he speaks of. That everything will be registered. It will be there for all to see. Really? You're telling me that there's not going to be anything that's going to be redacted? We're going to see everything. Real accountability. I'm going to hold you to that, sir. I'm going to hold you to that. Trust me. I hold him to that. But let me know what you think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out.
Emotional damage. All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
Yeah, man. So let me know when you think about that in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. No. I was going to, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to turn on my camera for this one because you guys need to see the full screen. We're going to go to the FLA report, ladies and gentlemen, and we are still calling for the resignation of what's his name? Dallin, a Dallin in name? Shane Dallin. Yeah, we're calling on the resignation of Shane Dallin. Ladies and gentlemen, very important, okay? Very important. Who is that? Christopher. What are his plans for the first 100 days in office? Yeah, him kind of, Colin, how you doing? Him kind of go around them something, you know. What freedom, I say. Freedom say game over. Freedom no easy, yeah, man. Me no know. I don't got any confidence from that interview. It leaves me with more questions than answers when it comes to this gentleman here. Yeah, that's all I have for you. I don't really have any confidence, ladies and gentlemen, in him. He claimed to say, you know, basically it's going to come down to, you know, them doing them thing and doing it for the concerns of the people to be quelled. So make we see what them are gonna do then now. Make we see what them are gonna do. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to, I think I page 6 of this report. Allegations, yes. That's where I left off. Page 6. Share the screen. So this is the report, ladies and gentlemen. The last part of it that I went, this was the last part of it. The people that are on the investigation. Let's get to this page right here.
This chapter outlines the scope of the investigation and the issues that were explored. The DI sought to establish, inter alia, the following. 3.1.1 The protocols, policies, and/or legislation governing the grant, issuance, suspension, and/or revocation of firearm users' business and firearm dealers' licenses by the FLA. 3.1.2 The process through which firearm users' business and firearm dealers' licenses are granted by the FLA. 3.1.3 The requirements which are to be met by applicants for the grant of firearm users' business and firearm dealers' licenses. 3.1.4 Whether there is merit in the allegation that John Elliott's gun shop, which was shut down and reopened by the FLA after he paid a fee of $500,000 under the table, and if so, whether same gave rise to an act of corruption. 3.1.5 The veracity of the allegations regarding the access and management of the FLA's database in respect of the altering of records in relation to the sale of firearms and ammunition. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 9 of 69. 3.1.6 The veracity of the allegation that Mr. Kent Brown is being targeted by the FLA because he did not pay $2 million to Ellsworth Callum. 3.1.7 The systems employed by the FLA in the storage of firearms and ammunition for the period January 2016 to June 2021. 3.1.8 The protocols, policies, and/or legislation governing the storage and disposal of firearms and ammunition by the FLA. 3.1.9 The veracity of the allegation that firearms and ammunition are missing from the FLA's vault. 3.1.10 Whether there were any improprieties and/or irregularities in relation to the Firearms Act, 1967, the Corruption Prevention Act, Integrity Commission Act, and/or any other applicable legislation or policies, and 3.1.11 Whether recommendations ought to be made in respect of the subject matter. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition. This chapter outlines the scope of the investigation and the issues that were explored.
This chapter outlines the investigation actions that were undertaken throughout the investigation. Following the actions were taken during the course of the investigation during the period of June 17th, 2021 to September 4th, 2025. 23 notices were served on individuals who were deemed to be pertinent to the investigation to provide written statements. During the period of that, judicial hearings were conducted. During that period, there were 19 sites visited. Wow, I will work then, do man. During that period, June 4, 2021, witness statements were recorded and obtained. A review of the Integrity Commission Act, Prevention Act, Corruption and Prevention Act, the Firearms Act, and other relevant legislation and policies was undertaken. A review of a cross-reference of the responses and supporting documents, including FLA 2009 Vote Management Audit, was conducted in order to inform the DI's conclusion and recommendation. This chapter sets out applicable law, policies, evidence, findings, and discussions in respect to the investigation. The requirement to acquire a firearm user's business license and our firearm dealer's license from the FLA. In determining, let me just read all over that part here.
In determining the veracity of the complaint made, the DI examined the legislative framework which governs the establishment and functions of the FLA. The DI notes that at the commencement of the investigation, the Firearms Act of 1967, herein after referred to as the 1967 Act, was FLA's enabling legislation. This 1967 Act was repealed and replaced by the new Firearms, Prohibition, Restriction, and Regulation Act 2022, which received royal assent on October 13, 2022. 5.1.1 5.1.1 Based on the foregoing, the DI highlights Section 26 of the applicable 1967 Act which, inter alia, establishes the FLA. The reference provision provides, inter alia, the following. 26A-1. There is hereby established for the purposes of this Act a body to be known as the Firearm Licensing Authority. 26B-1, subject to Section 38, the functions of the authority shall be A. To receive and consider applications for firearm licenses, certificates or permits. B. To grant or renew firearm licenses, certificates or permits. C. To revoke any firearm license, certificate or permit granted under this Act. D. To amend the terms of a firearm license, certificate or permit. E. To receive and investigate any complaint regarding a breach of a firearm license, certificate or permit. 2. The authority shall have the power to A. Summon witnesses, B. Call for and examine documents, and C. Do all such other things as it considers necessary or expedient for the purpose of carrying out its functions under this Act. 1. 5.2 In light of the allegations that dealership licenses were being revoked by the FLA. The DI deemed it necessary to determine the FLA's internal requirements, which are to be met by individuals applying for a firearm user's business license and or a firearm dealer's license. 5.2.1 Mr. Shameless, CEO, FLA, indicated in a statement dated June 24, 2021, to the Integrity Commission, inter alia, the following. The application process for firearm user's business license, FUBL, a person who is desirous of possessing a firearm user's business license, FUBL, is required to complete and sign, in her own handwriting, a single firearm application form showing, among other things. 1.
Right. Sorry, my side. I never realized my microphone on. You know. That must have been terrible for your ears. Sorry about that. Now we're going to see what is required from the what do you call it now? From the business owner that needs a firearms license. Listen to this.
A. Name and address of applicant, present and previous. B. Date of birth. C. Email address. Where applicable. D. Place of birth. E. Nationality. F. Marital status. G. Nature of employment. H. Telephone number. Home. Cellular. Business. I. J. Tax registration number, name and address of present and previous employer. K. Type and caliber firearm to which the application relate. The completed firearm application form should be accompanied by A. 2 passport photographs certified by a justice of the peace, but not sealed. B. 2 recommendations from either a justice of the peace, marriage officer, school principal, medical doctor, attorney at law, a police officer, not below the rank of deputy superintendent, or a member of the Jamaica Defense Force, not below the rank of major. Recommendations are to be addressed to the Firearm Licensing Authority. C. Proof of age, birth certificate or passport. D. Receipt reflecting payment of the prescribed fee, $12,000 per weapon. E. Receipt reflecting payment of the fee for fingerprint. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 14 of 69. F. Certificate of Incorporation. A valid business tax compliance certificate, TCC, and a valid individual tax compliance certificate, TCC, is required where the applicant is a business, i.e., a company, sole trader, or partnership. G. Valid company private security regulation authority, PSRA. H. Individual PSRAI. Letter of justification. The application process for the firearm dealer's license. The requirements for application are as follows. A11 application form, FLA #001A. B22 passport photographs certified by a justice of the peace, but not sealed. C. Proof of age, copy of birth certificate or passport. D. Trauma first aid certification, must be current. E22 recommendations from either a justice of the peace, marriage officer, school principal, medical doctor, attorney at law, a police officer, not below the rank of deputy superintendent, or a member of the Jamaica Defense Force, not below the rank of major. Recommendations are to be addressed to the Firearm Licensing Authority. F. Fingerprint receipt, only for applicants who are due for recertification. G. License fee receipt.
You know, for some people, them details might be boring, but this shall give you greater understanding. You see how them go through in a detail? Let's continue.
H. Source of funding may include but not limited to bank statement, land title, registration of current business, company incorporation. I. J. Other documents may submit photograph of proposed location and structure, optional. Certificate of incorporation, a valid business tax compliance certificate, TCC, and a valid individual tax compliance certificate, TCC, is required where the applicant is a business, i.e., a company, sole trader, or partnership. K. Declaration of assets, liabilities, income, and source of funding form, and the applicant must be an existing firearm holder, too. 5.2.2 Further to the foregoing, Mr. Dalling stated, inter alia, the following. A. The applicant must be able to satisfy the authority that he is fit and proper, has an established need and clear justification for the license, and has a secure residence, non-residential, and adequate storage in place to store firearms. B. The applicant must show that his proof of income to establish the business is from a reputable and feasible source, and 2. Statement of Mr. Dalling, CEO, FLA dated June 24, 2021 report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 16 of 69. C. The type of storage, vault, safe, etc., type of entry points to the premises, and availability of surveillance equipment are also taken into consideration. 3. 5.3 In the circumstances, it may be inferred that Mr. Kent Brown satisfied the criteria to be issued with various licenses by the FLA. This is supported by a statement received on September 25, 2025 from Mr. Shane Dalling, who stated that Mr. Brown was issued with the following licenses by the FLA. 2, 3, 4. Firearm Users License, Firearm Users Restricted License, Firearm Dealer's License, and Gunsmith's License. Storage of firearms and ammunition at FLA. 5.4 In determining the veracity of the allegation that firearms and ammunition are missing from the vaults of the FLA, the DI sought to ascertain whether firearms and ammunition are stored at the FLA and the circumstances under which these are stored. Mr. Shane Dalling indicated in a statement to the DI dated June 24, 2021, inter alia, the following. Yes, firearms and ammunition are stored at the FLA under the following circumstances. A. Safekeeping by license holders. B. Disposals. 3. IBID report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 17 of 69. C. Surrender. D. Seizure. E. License not renewed. F. Revocations. G. FLA inquiry. H. Firearms for deceased persons. 4. 5.4.1 By way of his further statement submitted to the DI dated October 6, 2021, Mr. Dalling detailed the circumstances which account for the storage of ammunition at the FLA. He stated, inter alia, the following. Ammunitions may come into the authorities' custody for the following reasons. 1. Seizure. This may include ammunition seized by the Jamaica Constabulary Force, JCF, or Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA, due to an investigation. This may also include collection of ammunition from a relative of a deceased holder, or defective ammunition identified during audit of security companies and ranges, and or excess ammunition taken from license holders or security companies that falls outside of their allotted amount based on the terms and condition of their license. 2. Safekeeping. Ammunition left by license holder for temporary storage.
So, ladies and gentlemen, given the actual reasons why they would have these ammunition, some of them have to do with investigation. So, the FLA in the report here have some storage problem because ammunition, I think over 100 ammunition was unaccounted for. No, man, Shane Dallin need to retire, he need to resign, No, man. Jamaica, listen to me. We're talking about investigations. So, a compromise of FLA is a compromise of an investigation. Potentially. I don't think y'all heard me though. A compromise of the vault storage at the FLA is a compromise of ongoing investigation. Listen, the FLA in its capacity has to operate with a high level of accountability. The highest level. You're talking about storage of evidence for cases in court. And there was a breach. That's why you have to read it. That's why you have to go through the whole thing. Let's continue.
Storage. Is seized and the firearm and ammunition is retrieved and or left at the FLA for safekeeping. 4. Revocation. The holder's license is rescinded and the firearm and ammunition is kept by the authority as no license is in place. The holder may, however, sell and or transfer the weapon to an approved applicant. 5. Disposal. The holder disposes of the weapon for purpose of sale or transfer and the firearm and ammunition is stored pending the completion of the disposal process. 6. Surrender of license. The holder hands over the firearm and or ammunition to the authority as she no longer has an interest in same. 5.4.2 Further to Mr. Dalling's assertions. The DI sought to ascertain the length of time firearms and ammunition are kept by the FLA. Mr. Dalling further indicated by way of his statement, particularly that firearms stored by the FLA should be stored for a maximum period of 18 months in accordance with the Firearms Act, Section 45, 5B. However, firearms are in our storage from as far back as 2012. 6.
This part said, in light of the foregoing, the DI highlighted section 45, 5B of the applicable Firearms Act, which stated the following.
Five, every firearm and any ammunition received at any police station under this section shall. C. if not delivered to any person in accordance with paragraph A, within 12 months of the date on which it was received at such police station, render the owner thereof liable for payment of a storage fee in such sum or at such rate as may be prescribed, and if such fee is not paid within 6 months of the expiry of the period of 12 months aforesaid, the firearm or ammunition, or both, as the case may be, shall be forfeited to the Crown. 7. Seizure of ammunition from dealers. 5.4.4 as it relates to whether the FLA has ammunition in its storage that were seized from dealers and or licensed firearm holders. Mr. Dalling provided in his further statement dated October 6, 2021. A list comprising of 10 dealers and or individuals from whom ammunition was seized. Mr. Dalling stated, inter alia, the following. Yes, during audits carried out by the Compliance and Enforcement Department, ammunition are taken from dealerships for safekeeping at the authority if the ammunition is not a part of the dealer's inventory, based on our records. This may occur if the dealer is stockpiling ammunition on behalf of licensed firearm holders. It is to be noted that dealerships are not authorized, under the law, to store firearms and or ammunition that does not form a part of their inventory. 7 Firearms Act, Section 45(5)(b), Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 20 of 69. Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 21 of 69. Upon conducting audits of dealerships, if ammunition is found that are defective, being stored for firearm holders or cannot be accounted for, then the ammunition is to be seized and taken to the FLA for storage. Kindly note that dealerships are not approved or gazetted (SIC) as storage locations for ammunition that are not a part of their inventory. 8 Firearms and ammunition stored for destruction. 5.4.5 in determining the veracity of the allegations that the public notice put out by the FLA on April 26, 2021 saying that guns at the FLA for 5 years plus will be destroyed. It's a grand ploy to cover up the fact that numerous guns are missing, yes, missing from vaults of the FLA, and thousands of bullets missing. The DI sought to ascertain whether firearms and ammunition earmarked for destruction are stored at the FLA and or any other entity acting on its behalf. Mr. Dalling indicated by way of his statement that firearms that were earmarked for destruction are stored at the Jamaica Defense Force, JDF, 0.95.4.6. Further to the foregoing, Mr. Dalling indicated that the intended purpose of the facility, redacted, is to store firearms until a date is set by the Ministry of National Security for them to be destroyed. 10.8 Statement of Mr. Shane Mr. Dalling, CEO.
Mr. Dalling indicated that the intended purpose of the facility, redacted, is to store firearms until the date is set by the Ministry of National Security for them to be destroyed. Huh? Redacted. Maybe I'm missing something. Redacted means confidential, sensitive. Alright. Nothing to see here. Let me go to the next page. Nothing to see there. So, why not read aloud?
5.
I was about to say, what's going on?
5.4.7 In addition, the DI sought to ascertain the protocols germane to the operation of the reference storage facility. Mr. Shane Dalling indicated in his statement, particularly, the following. Before the firearms are moved from the authority, contact must be made with the JDF to schedule a convenient date and time for the movement of firearms. This compound is perimeter fenced and is only accessible by JDF personnel. Therefore, for the authority's personnel to access the dual custody redacted, they must be granted access to the compound by a JDF personnel. The redacted locking system is designed so that personnel from redacted must be present to open redacted. The authority's personnel produce 2 lists of the firearms that are being placed in the redacted, to which the JDF personnel and the authority's personnel sign accordingly. 1 list is retained by the redacted for their records, and the other is retained by the redacted 11. 5.4.8 By way of a statement dated July 26, 2021, Major Wayne Barrett, Officer Commanding, Logistics Company, JDF, stated inter alia that JDF personnel do not have access to the facility without the FLA representative being present with their redacted. 11 Statement of Mr. Shane Mr. Dalling, CEO, FLA dated October 6, 2021 Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 22 of 69. The circumstances under which the facilities are accessed is dependent on when we are contacted by the FLA. The FLA will say that they either have additional firearms for storage or that there are arrangements in place for destruction of the firearms. As far as I am aware, the contents of the storage facilities are unserviceable firearms that are intended for destruction. 12. 5.4.9 Further to the foregoing, Mr. Dalling also indicated by way of a statement that the FLA has defective ammunition that was retrieved from holders and dealers to be destroyed. 13. 5.4.10 To further determine the veracity of the allegations that the FLA's intended ammunition destruction exercise is a cover-up for the fact that firearms and ammunition are missing from the vaults of the FLA. The DI conducted a verification exercise of the FLA's storage facility at the JDF between Friday, June 18, 2021 and Wednesday, June 23, 2021. 5.4.11 During the referenced verification exercise, the DI checked and confirmed that all firearms and firearm parts were accounted for, in conjunction with lists that were provided by both the FLA and the JDF. 12 Statement of Major Wayne Barrett dated July 26, 2021 13 Statement of Mr. Shane Mr. Dalling, CEO, FLA dated October 6, 2021 Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 23 of 69. Verification exercise at FLA's main vault. 5.4.12 The DI's investigation led him to conduct a series of verification exercises of the ammunition stored at the FLA's main vault located at redacted. This was done between November 15, 2021 and June 13, 2023. 5.4.13 During the conduct of the referenced verification exercises at the FLA, the DI observed security bags belonging to individual license holders containing firearms and ammunition, which the DI describes as an entry. For the purposes of this investigation report, the DI defines an entry as the record of the collection of ammunition and/or firearms stored in security bags belonging to license holders. 5.4.14 The DI highlights that the stock balance of the FLA's vault changes daily due to the intake and issuance/return of firearms and ammunition on a daily basis. Based on a copy of the FLA's electronic vault management system records examined by the DI, there were 4,103. 4,103. Entries of ammunition record reflected on the electronic vault management system as at June 17, 2021. 5.4. 15 by way of a judicial hearing held on June 5, 2023, Ms. Deidre Mullings, Director, Application and Certification, FLA stated, inter alia, the following. Question. Share with us, Ms. Mullings, the system or systems which are used at the FLA to account for firearms and or ammunition which enters the FLA vault. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 24 of 69. A. Question. When a license holder is leaving the country, the procedure is that that license holder must leave his or her firearm at a police station or the nearest FLA office. So when the person comes in and indicates to us that they are leaving their firearm, we have a firearm receipt book. So we take the firearm and the ammunition, if given. So we check the firearm against the license to ensure that the firearm that the person has corresponds with the license. So we write up that firearm, we refer to it as the FLA receipt book, and they're issued a receipt so that when they come back, they can present it to us. That is done by the firearm examination officer, and at the end of the day, the firearm and related accessories, whether magazine or ammunition, is put in a bag. We refer to them as security bags. So it is checked by the examination manager before the security bag is sealed, just to ensure that the information that is in the book and the respective firearm that the information corresponds. It is taken and placed in the vault until the person returns. So from the book now, we have what is referred to as the vault management system, so that information is entered on the vault management system in terms of the firearm details, the TRN, and the reason why the firearm is being stored. Thank you for sharing that. So this vault management system that you made mention of, is it an electronic system or a paper-based system? Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety.
Pay attention to this, ladies and gentlemen, because why? Remember, so there was a breakdown in storage. So the questions being asked by the Integrity Commission is important question to ascertain what actually went down in this particular situation in terms of a breach or potential breach. Well, there's a breach because there's ammunition that was unaccounted for. So there was a breach. That's pretty dangerous. So let's continue my side.
Impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 25 of 69. A. The vault management system is electronic, 14. 5.4. 16. The DI notes that of the 4,103, 4,103 entries recorded, a total of 714 entries from the FLA's main vault were examined during the course of the ammunition verification exercise. 5.4. 17. Several of the security bags that were examined were deteriorating with visible holes and tears. Table 1 below highlights the findings germane to the investigation.
So Jamaica, when you hear that? Page 26, section 5417. Several security bags were examined that were deteriorating with visible holes and tears. So did somebody tamper with those bags? Did they remove those bullets through those holes? Could that be what this is in terms of the missing ammunition? Let's continue. Very interesting, my side. Very interesting indeed.
Table 1 entries checked findings 335. 335 rounds of ammunition were unaccounted for. 3 12 gauge, 32 9 millimeters, and 714 300 0.22 rounds. There was limited storage space within the vault. Older storage bags deteriorating. 14 transcript of judicial hearing of Ms. Deidre Mullings, held on June 5, 2023, P29-31. R. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 26 of 69. Of the 714 entries checked, only 101 were found on the electronic database. Several of the security bags contained labels which were no longer legible. 18 consequent on the foregoing, the DI conducted a further verification exercise on June 13, 2023, at the FLA headquarters with Ms. Deidre Mullings, Director, Application and Certification. By way of a statement dated June 13, 2023, Ms. Mullings indicated, inter alia, the following. On Tuesday, June 13, 2023, I did a verification process with the Integrity Commission in regards to findings from a December 2021 audit that the Commission did at the FLA's main vault in regards to firearms and ammunition. I made verification on June 13, 2023 in regards to name redacted. This is because it showed that when the rounds were checked by the Commission, it indicated that bag number, redacted, contained 27.0.38 rounds, where the record on the bag indicate that it should have been 30.0.38 rounds. I checked the rounds and confirmed the findings to be 27. I checked documentation conducted by the internal audit team on November 27, 2017. It also showed that the rounds were checked as 27 rather than 30 rounds as indicated on the bag. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 27 of 69. A second discrepancy was in relation to name redacted, bag number redacted. Ammunition was checked, which was 28 9mm rounds. This too showed that when audited on November 27, 2017, it was found to be 28 9mm rounds rather than 30 as listed on the bag. In a vault book labeled Tray D, it showed where the rounds were received as 30. The third discrepancy is in relation to name redacted, bag number redacted, had 2 bags. The bags contained ammunition pertaining to 0.22 and 9mm rounds.
Jamaica, 27 rounds. Second discrepancy was in relation to the bag. Ammunition check was 28. It showed that when the audit on November 27th, it was found to be 28 rounds rather than 30. So two bullet unaccounted for this. Mighty God, let's continue.
Rounds. On the bag it indicated 519 0.22 rounds and 45 9mm rounds. There was a discrepancy with the 0.22 rounds when they were checked in that when I counted them along with the investigator. The rounds came up to 219. When I cross-checked this against the audit conducted December 6, 2017, the records also indicate 519 0.22 rounds. Another query was made in regards to name redacted, bag number redacted. On the bag it listed 13 9mm rounds. I checked and found the rounds to be 13. Contents in the bag corresponded with what was indicated on the bag. There was another discrepancy with regards to name redacted, bag number redacted. The bag indicated 54 9mm rounds. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 28 of 69. Upon counting, I found it to be 53 9mm rounds. The FLA receipt book also shows that 54 rounds were submitted to the FLA. Final discrepancy was in regards to name redacted in relation to bag redacted. However, when the bag was retrieved, the correct name reflected name redacted. The bag indicated 48 9mm rounds. When same was counted, it was 47. I wish to note here that I was informed by the examination manager, Mrs. Natalie Jones-Amayago, and Mr. Jeffrey Dawkins, firearm examination officer, that from time to time rounds will fall from the storage bags which may become worn over time, and consequently these rounds are gathered and contained in a separate bag and box within the vault. During the verification process, these boxes and bags were presented which showed various rounds such as 9mm, 0.38, 0.22, 12 gauge, etc., 15. 5/4/19. During the further verification exercise, a box was presented by Ms. Mulling's team, which contained an assortment of ammunition, which is said to contain ammunition that fell from the deteriorating bags. The assortment of ammunition contained in the box were checked. A further 109, 0.22 rounds were found, along with a quantity of 9mm rounds, 0.38, and 12 gauge cartridges. 15. Statement of Ms. Deidre Mullings, Director, Application and Certification, dated June 13, 2023. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 29 of 69. 5/4/20. The DI is unable to confirm whether the additional 109, 0.22 rounds that were located among the assortment of ammunition are from the bag, which was said to contain 519, 0.22 rounds. 5/4/21. The DI also cannot confirm whether the 9mm, 0.38, or the 12 gauge cartridges that were found would reconcile the missing corresponding rounds. In any event, 191, 0.22 rounds remain unaccounted for. Alleged targeting of Mr. Kent Brown. 5.5. In determining the veracity of the allegation that Mr. Kent Brown is being targeted by the FLA, the DI obtained an account from Mr. Brown. By way of statement dated August 19, 2021, Mr. Kent Brown, business owner, KBA Dealers Jamaica Limited/KBTC, informed the DI of an audit conducted at his business establishments by the FLA. Mr. Brown stated, inter alia, the following. In April 2019, my business was audited by the FLA. This audit took about 3 days for both our locations. The FLA sent me a copy of the audit report dated January 7, 2020. The report stated that I had excesses and shortages of rounds and should immediately give an account for the rounds. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 30 of 69. In August 2020, the FLA conducted another audit of my business. Mr. Ellsworth Cullum was in charge of this audit. At the end of the audit, Ellsworth Cullum called me on the phone and told me that he will be taking the rounds of ammunition that I have stored at the pro shop. I asked him what the customers will do when they come for their rounds, and he told me that they will have to apply to FLA to get them. 16. 5.5.1. The DI perused a letter dated July 20th, 2019 from Mr. Kent Brown addressed to Mr. Shane Dalling, CEO, FLA. The letter stated, inter alia, the following. Dear Mr. Dalling, after doing my annual firearm dealer's license renewal for both Maxfield Avenue and Temple Hall locations in May 2019, I got the renewed firearm license certificates for both, only to realize that the firearm aspect of the dealer's license, Temple Hall, was omitted from the certificate when I called name redacted. I was told to send back the certificate to be amended. This was done, but in approximately 2 weeks when I got back the amended certificate, it still had firearms omitted from it. When I called and inquired why, name redacted response was, "This is how it will be. This is the way forward." What she said to me made no sense, as I have had a full dealer's license at Temple Hall from 2014, which was applied for and approved by the then board and CEO. 16 Statement of Mr. Kent Brown dated August 19, 2021 Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 31 of 69. I am therefore formally requesting the grounds on which my full dealer's license has been changed to a half dealership, as no correspondence was received about this change. 17. 5.5.2 Further to the foregoing, the DI examined a letter dated September 9, 2019 from Ms. Kimoe Gaynor, Director, Corporate Planning and Client Relations, FLA, captioned RE, Firearm Dealer Certificate, Temple Hall 18. The letter stated, inter alia, the following: the Firearm Licensing Authority writes in response to your letter dated July 20, 2019, regarding the conditions of your firearm dealer's certificate for operations at Temple Hall, St. Andrew. Please be advised that the authority had not made any changes to your firearm dealer's license for the Temple Hall location. Instead, we took corrective measures to align the conditions of said license with the certificate issued. We have on file a letter from you requesting that the Temple Hall location be placed on your dealer's license for the Maxfield address. While this request was approved by the former CEO, Dr. Kenroy Wedderburn, it was never intended to allow for the sale of firearms and ammunition at the Temple Hall location. Please be guided that in order to effect such a change for the allowance of both firearms and ammunition at Temple Hall location, it would have ASC required an application form being completed. 17 IBID 18 Statement of Mr. Kent Brown dated August 19, 2021 Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 32 of 69. The necessary investigation and a decision from the board of the authority. The authority therefore recommends that an application be submitted for consideration of full dealership for said location. We extend an apology for any inconvenience this may cause and ask that you be guided accordingly. 19. 5.5.3 Consequent on Ms. Gaynor's letter, the DI perused a letter dated September 13, 2019, from Mr. Kent Brown addressed to Ms. Kimoe Gaynor captioned RE, Firearm Dealer's License, Temple Hall 20. The letter stated, inter alia, the following: I am responding to your letter dated September 9, 2019, and in particular the first 3 paragraphs. The fact is, changes are being made to a duly approved and authorized full firearm dealer's license. All the necessary and required documentation was submitted at that time for such a decision to be made. This license was also renewed every year without fail from it was approved in 2014 to present. I find it very strange that in 2019 you have arrived at the conclusion that the full firearm dealer's license issued was never intended for me to sell firearms and ammunition at Temple Hall. The dealer's license issued clearly states what the license is for, please see attached copy. Therefore, there is no interpretation necessary. It. 19 IBID 20 Statement of Mr. Kent Brown dated August 19, 2021 Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 33 of 69. Clearly states this authorizes the dealer to buy and sell firearms and ammunition 137, Maxfield Avenue Suite No. 9, Kingston 10 and Temple Hall St. Andrew, I therefore see this action as an illegal act, and I am once again requesting that my full dealer's license be reinstated. 21. 5.5.4 In light of the foregoing, the DI highlights Sections 26B, 33, 2, and 35 of the applicable 1967 Act. The Act states, inter alia, the following: 26B-1, subject to Section 38, the functions of the authority shall be a. To receive and consider applications for firearm licenses, certificates, or permits. B. To grant or renew firearm licenses, certificates, or permits. C. To revoke any firearm license, certificate, or permit granted under this Act. D. To amend the terms of a firearm license, certificate, or permit. 33. 2. Subject to subsection 1. Every license, certificate, or permit shall be subject to the prescribed conditions and to such other terms and conditions as the authority may impose. 35. 1. Subject to Section 37, the authority may at any time by notice in writing to the holder of a license, certificate, or permit vary the 21. IBID Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 34 of 69. Conditions subject to which such license, certificate, or permit is held except such of them as may be prescribed. 22. 5.5.5 Further to Mr. Brown's assertion that he is being targeted by the FLA, the DI perused correspondence between Mr. Kent Brown and the FLA between the period January 7th, 2020 to May 4th, 2022. The DI highlights below letters germane to the investigation. 5.5.6 The DI perused a letter dated January 7, 2020, addressed to Mr. Kent Brown from Ms. Letine Allen, Director, Compliance and Enforcement Department, FLA, captioned, Firearm Dealer Audit and Inspection 2019.23. The letter states, inter alia, the following: reconciliation of ammunition, only the .45 caliber ammunition were reconciled. There were excesses of 115,700.22, 11,856.223, 8,317.380, 800.38 super, 741.40, and 17,441 9mm. There were shortage of 1,132.38 SBL and 408 12 GA. You are required to immediately give an account for the shortage and excesses of ammunition mentioned above. Conclusions/actions to be taken by the company, the KBA Dealers Jamaica Limited, is to account for the shortage and excess ammunition outlined in this report on or before January 17, 2020. 22 Firearms Act 1967-23 Statement of Mr. Kent Brown dated August 19, 2021 Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 35 of 69. 18. Firearms are included on your physical inventory. See serial numbers above in the report, but were not seen in the inventory retrieved from the FLA database. Please provide documents to account for these firearms on or before January 17, 2020. 15. Firearms were sold. However, they were still included in your inventory on the FLA's database as active. See serial numbers above in the report. Please provide documents, declaration of sale, to account for the sale of these on or before January 17, 2020. 24. 5.5.7 The DI examined a letter dated January 15, 2020, addressed to Ms. Letine Allen, Director, Compliance and Enforcement Department from Mr. Kent Brown addressing the findings of the FLA's audit. The letter states, inter alia, the following. I am writing to you in response to the audit report that I received from you dated January 7, 2020 with answers to your concerns as follows. We at KBA Dealers offered the audit team our ammunition sales figures as is customarily done, used to cross-check the ammo sales, and as seen from previous FLA audits. Note, this was not used or accepted. I therefore have come to the conclusion that figures, quantities, balances, and totals from the FLA are all incorrect and seriously. 24 ABID Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 36 of 69. Compromised and holds no integrity whatsoever. It is very disturbing as these words, setup/entrapment and victimization, rears its ugly head. I have lost all trust and faith in the FLA system as it stands now, as it is highly suspect that so many errors, mistakes, etc. have occurred. 25.
Yo! The article has the investigative report is serious enough. Shit. I have lost faith and trust in the FLA. No wonder them never want the report to come out, ladies and gentlemen. I want this to roll, because I'm going to use that video, you know. Anytime I want to go through the report, I'm going to use that video.
.5.8 The DI perused another letter dated April 27, 2022 from Mr. Kent Brown addressed to Mr. Shane Dalling. The letter stated, inter alia, the following. Due to the fact that I was forced out of business by the Firearm Licensing Authority and some of its officers, I am requesting that the Firearm Licensing Authority make arrangements to check off inventory of arms, ammunition, and gun magazines in my possession at KBA Dealers Jamaica Ltd. and collect same to be taken to the authority for safekeeping, as I am no longer able to store these items. 5.5.9 In response, by way of a letter dated May 4, 2022, addressed to Mr. Kent Brown, captioned Request for audit and collection of ammunition, firearms, and their component parts, Mr. Dalling stated. Inter alia, the following. Reference is made to your letter dated April 27, 2022, for which we note the content therein. We are unaware of any action of the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA, or its officers, which could lead you to believe that we are forcing you out of business. 25 Statement of Mr. Kent Brown dated August 19, 2021 Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 37 of 69. The FLA, as a regulatory body, has a responsibility to ensure that all holders of licenses, certificates, and permits act in accordance with the law and its regulations thereto. As such, all dealerships and other relevant stakeholders are audited on an annual basis. Thereafter, the findings are outlined in an audit report, which is shared with the stakeholder, allowing them the opportunity to respond to the findings and implement corrective measures. It is to be noted that your operation was not treated differently, and we will continue to maintain our standard and execute our regulatory duties without malice to any of our stakeholders. Based on your request, we ask that you make an application, in accordance with Section 32 of the Firearms Act, for the disposal of the firearms and ammunition that form part of your operation. Please note that the FLA will store the ammunition, firearms, and their component parts until the disposal process as outlined in law is completed. We attach hereto a disposal application form for your completion. 26. Revocation of Mr. Brown's firearm licenses. 5. 10. The DI sought to ascertain whether the firearm licenses for Mr. Kent Brown, KBA Dealers Jamaica Limited and or Kent Brown Tactical Training Center, KBTC, were revoked by the FLA. By way of further statement dated February 20th, 2024, Mr. Kent Brown stated, inter alia, the following. 26 FLA letter from Mr. Shane Dalling addressed to Mr. Kent Brown, dated May 4th, 2022 report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 38 of 69. My businesses KBA Dealers and KBTC are now both closed. KBTC was closed on July 21st, 2021 and KBA Dealers was closed on February 06, 2022. Both businesses were closed because I no longer had a valid firearm dealer's license to import goods. I no longer had a dealer's license for the shop at Maxfield Avenue, the range at Temple Hall, nor did I have my gunsmith license. This is because the FLA withheld the certificates for my licenses. I wish to say that my business cannot operate without the physical certificates because I need it to present to Jamaica Customs, firearm suppliers, and the Trade Board. Sometimes Homeland Security would request a copy of the up-to-date certificate. In relation to the dealer's license for KBTC, the license has to be renewed on or before May 10th each year. In 2021, I submitted the application before the date and paid the necessary fees. The receipt was stamped approved by the Compliance and Enforcement Department at the FLA as customary. Normally, I would get the new certificates a few days later. However, this did not happen. When I realized that I did not get the new certificates, I sent an email to Ms. Deidre Mullings, who is in charge of application and certification. However, I did not get a response. I sent her another email, and she did not respond. I then asked my attorney, Mr. Hugh Wildman, to send them a letter, and they also did not respond. I had to shut down the range/KBTC on July 21st, 2021, because I was out of ammunition to sell, and my license was not granted for me to be able to purchase ammunition for that location. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 39 of 69. In relation to the dealer's license for KBA Dealers, the license is renewed on or before May 10th each year. The renewal date is also my birthday, as is customary with the FLA. In 2021, I submitted my application and I paid all the necessary fees, and my receipt was stamped approved by the Compliance and Enforcement Department at the FLA. However, my certificate was not issued to me. In relation to my gunsmith license, I applied for its renewal the same time as my dealership license. My receipt was stamped approved by the FLA. However, I did not receive my approval certificate. Subsequent to the FLA not issuing my certificates, I filed a suit in October 2021 to compel the FLA to issue the certificates that they were withholding. 27. Time as my dealership license, my receipt was stamped approved by the FLA. However, I did not receive my approval certificate. Subsequent to the FLA not issuing my certificates, I filed a suit in October 2021 to compel the FLA to issue the certificates that they were withholding. 27. 11 Further to Mr. Brown's assertions that he filed a claim against the FLA, the DI examined a claim bearing number SU 2021 CV05141 filed in the Supreme Court of Judicature of Jamaica Civil Division. The parties were Kent Brown, claimant, and the Firearm Licensing Authority, defendant. The matter was decided in favor of the FLA. The Honorable Mrs. Justice Sonia Wint-Blair in her judgment indicated, inter alia, the following: the court cannot find, based on the evidence presented, that there has been a breach of duty. Therefore, a mandatory order is not the appropriate form of relief in all the circumstances of the case. 27 Statement of Mr. Kent Brown dated February 20th, 2024 Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 40 of 69. Mandatory orders will not lie to compel the authority to order anything to be done that is contrary to law. Orders. A. The declaration sought that the defendant is not permitted under the Firearms Act to withhold the 3 certificates representing the 3 licenses, which were approved for renewal by the defendant on May 7, 2021, and which have not been issued to the claimant is refused. B. The order of mandamus sought compelling the defendant to issue to the claimant the 3 certificates representing the 3 licenses, which were approved for renewal by the defendant on May 7, 2021, and which have not been issued to the claimant is refused. 28. 12 Further to the foregoing, the DI perused a letter dated January 25, 2024, addressed to Mr. Kent Brown from Mr. Shane Dalling. The letter stated, inter alia, the following: Re. Advisory of non-recognition of trainer and range status by the Firearm Licensing Authority. Please be advised that the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA, made a decision on October 10, 2023, to withdraw your recognition as a firearm trainer and/or range operator. 28 Claim Number SU 2021 CV05141 in the Supreme Court of Judicature of Jamaica Civil Division, 2023, between Kent Brown and the Firearm Licensing Authority Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 41 of 69. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 42 of 69. In view of the above, we request that you promptly halt operations at your range and refrain from conducting any training activities if you have not already done so. Additionally, your name will be excluded from the authority's roster of trainers and range operators. 29 May 5th. 13 The DI highlights 3 revocation orders signed by the chairman of the FLA's board on February 6, 2024, relating to Mr. Kent Brown. The orders revoked Mr. Brown's gunsmith license and 2 firearm dealers' license pursuant to Section 84 of the Firearms, Prohibition, Restriction, and Regulation, Act 2022. All 3 orders stated, inter alia, the following: the reason for this revocation is because the investigation has unearthed circumstances with which the board is extremely uncomfortable. From all indications, the holder's integrity and fitness have now rendered him unsuitable to be in possession of firearms and ammunition. 30. 14 The DI perused copies of the files relating to Mr. Kent Brown, maintained by the FLA. A thorough examination of the files was conducted with particular attention given to an investigation concerning Mr. Brown's business operations. Given the evidence obtained throughout the investigation and the subsequent preparation of an investigation report containing recommendations to the board of the FLA, the DI is sufficiently satisfied that 29 Statement of Mr. The basis of the revocations was fair and just. The DI further acknowledges that in this instance, the FLA did not act ultra vires to their statutory authority. Circumstances surrounding the management and access of the FLA's online dealer database system/license management system, LMS. 5.6 During the course of the investigation, the DI received a further complaint regarding alleged fabrication of information on the FLA's online dealership system, As a result of the foregoing, the DI expanded the scope of the investigation to include an inquiry into the veracity of said allegations. 5.6.1 From the DI's inquiries, it appears that the License Management System, LMS, is an online system used by the FLA and licensed dealers to manage the sale of ammunition and firearm by licensed firearm dealers. 5.6.2 Ms. Shattery English, ballistics manager at the FLA, by way of a statement, dated September 29, 2022, described the LMS as follows. The FLA online dealer database is used to specifically transact sales and to keep records of the inventory. The FLA adds inventory to the FLA dealer online database and the dealers transact the sales. The dealers will seek approval to import firearms and ammunition. Once approval is given, the dealers will import the firearms and ammunition into the country, and the firearms are ballistically tested and inspected. Documents are vetted, and then the FLA proceeds to update the firearms and ammunition to the dealer inventory. Once. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 43 of 69. The firearms are on the inventory. The dealers can log into the FLA online dealer database and transact sales. 31. 5.6.3 As it relates to the reported irregularities being experienced with the FLA's online dealer system database, Mr. Kent Brown advised the Commission by way of a statement, inter alia, that in April 2019 my business was audited by the FLA. This audit took about 3 days for both our locations. The FLA sent me a copy of the audit report dated January 7, 2020. The report stated that I had excesses and shortages of rounds and should immediately give an account for the rounds. As a result, name redacted, checked the electronic system at the Maxfield Avenue location, and I went to the range to check the electronic system there. While checking the electronic system at the range, I realized that there were 4 entries made on the system, where 3 persons purchased at total of 6,000 rounds of bird hunting ammunition. As a result of this discovery, I sent a letter to Ms. Lettine Allen of the FLA, asking for more time to complete my response to her to address the shortages and excess pointed out in the audit report. 31 Statement of Ms. Shattery English, ballistic manager, FLA, dated September 29, 2022, report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption.
Hold on, them people. We need to mark this. We need to mark this. All right, page 44. Yeah, we need to mark this. It's too serious. How do I cancel what I just did? Yeah, we need to cancel that. We need to cancel this. We move too fast. Undo. Undo. Awesome. Thank you. So page 44. We need to write this. We need to have this. Listen. The report stated that I had excess shortage. Blah blah blah. Let me say I went to the range to check the electronic system. See that? This is one of the big discrepancies then in this particular situation. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 44 of 69. Corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 44 of 69. The first thing to understand is that the database will not accept a purchase of more than 200 rounds per person each day. Secondly, I do not sell bird hunting rounds on the range. And thirdly, I have no records of the listed persons entering my range on that day or making any sales to them. Moreover, the range was not opened on that day. I am the only person that can access the range database from my end. However, there are instances in the past where the FLA accessed my database from their end. This happens sometimes when the system is down and I send the information manually for them to input it onto the system. Additionally, checks were made on the system which shows that firearms are in our possession. However, our physical records show that the firearms were legally sold. These entries are as far back as 2012. It is important to understand that once a firearm is sold, the entry is automatically deleted from the system once the entry is updated. However, these entries return to the system for some strange reason. After pointing out this flaw, I was blocked on the system from viewing past 2018 on the range system, and at the Maxfield Avenue location, I was blocked from seeing past 2016, 32. 5.6.
So hold on there. When the person see the flaw, then get blocked from the system, very suspicious, ladies and gentlemen. Very suspicious indeed. What is going on?
What can go so?
Corrupt government cannot liberate the people. If the head of the stream is corrupt, the entire river will be also.
Jamaica.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell you about them.
Fully done.
5.6.4 Consequent on the foregoing, the DI sought to ascertain whether and in what circumstances the FLA's online dealership system may be accessed. 32 Statement of Kent Brown dated August 19, 2021 report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 45 of 69. By FLA staff members. Mr. Hansel Ramdon, Systems Engineer, FLA, by way of a statement dated October 26, 2022, stated the following. For someone to access the online dealer database system, it will have to be authorized by the director of the department. The director will have to provide proper justification as to why an individual would need to access the system based on their job functions. This authorization would be done in a memo format, and when it is approved, it is sent in an email to the persons who will create the logins. This is currently done by the Quality Control Officers. 33. 5.6.5 Further, and having regard to the FLA's online dealership system, Mr. Hansel Ramdon further stated, inter alia, that the only time I interact with it is when a dealer or range are having connectivity issues. It could be service provider issues such as flow, and it could also be the software itself, meaning it could be corrupted or disrupted due to improper shutdowns or power outages. We would call first to find out what the issue is in terms of the error message they are seeing on screen. When I do troubleshooting and reinstall the software, the representative from the dealer or range would normally be around me. When the troubleshooting is completed, this person would have to log into the system to check and ensure the software is working. Improper shutdowns and power outages are the main causes of errors on the system. I am not able. 33 Statement of Mr. Hansel Ramdon, Systems
So the sentence said, I am not able to do what? Alright. He said, I am not able to pull reports. Listen to this now, Jamaica. Is this serious enough?
to pull reports from the system. In addressing internal issues with the online dealer database system, someone with log and credentials would log into the system, and I will address the issues they are faced with. That person would be around me while attending to the error, and when I am complete they would log into the system to ensure that it is working correctly. 34. 5.6.6 Further to the foregoing, Mr. Rayshawn Brown, Quality Control Officer, FLA explained by way of a statement dated October 26, 2022, stated, inter alia, the following. Nothing on any database can be amended without a written request sent to the Quality Control Manager. Once the manager gives us the go-ahead, we can make the amendments. Sometimes, other departments will require for the information to be amended on the dealer database, and the request goes from the manager of that unit to the manager of quality control. The information stored on the dealer database is firearm details. When I say firearm details, I mean firearm type, caliber, SIC, serial number, and dealership. The database has a log of each person who accesses the database. For example, the database can see who accesses an application and what change is made to the application. Information Systems and Technology Department, ISDD, can access this audit trail. When I say audit trail, I mean the log of who accesses the application. The audit trail is stored electronically, in the event that the audit trail highlights to pull reports from the system. In addressing internal issues with the online dealer database system, someone with log and credentials
Let me read that again. Let me read that again, just for clarity. It says, in the event that the audit trail highlights any discrepancies, we'll continue from there.
any discrepancy, it would be for the database administrator to take the necessary steps. The audit trail information is not disposed of, so it stores from the first log. FLA is able to alter information that has been inputted by the firearm dealer. This happens only if the dealer inputs, on his end, incorrect information onto the database. The dealer then submits a request to Firearms Application and Certification Department, then it is moved to SDD, then to Quality Control. Once the request is at the Quality Control Unit, it goes through the manager for approval, and then we make the necessary change to the database. In my experience, the main quality control issue that I come across is incorrect information being inputted. There is a data entry unit in the Application and Certification Department, and oftentimes there are human errors, which causes the incorrect information on the database. I have not come across any situation where a dealer disputes the information put in the database. But if that were to happen, for example, a serial number is incorrect, there would be several departments involved to correct that information. We would ensure that the information from the different departments then match, and once that is verified, then we can make the change, and then notify all parties involved that the change has been made. The database administrator and the programmer are the other persons who can access the database outside of the quality control unit. The report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 48 of 69. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 49 of 69. Database administrator position is currently vacant, and the last person who on is currently vacant, and the last person who was in said post was Mr. Siobhan Robinson, 35. 5.6.7 in light of the allegation made by Mr. Kent Brown in respect of the 4 entry seen on the LMS, showing that 3 persons purchased a total of 6,000 bird hunting ammunition. The DI examined the FLA's systems transaction history records in respect of KBA dealers/KBTC relating to ammunition sales for the period July 2018. 5.6.8 by way of a statement dated March 13, 2023, Mr. Christopher Christie, Director, Information Systems and Technology, FLA, indicated, specifically, the information in Table 2 below, in respect of the concerned ammunition sales by KBA Dealers JA Limited and KB Tactical Training Center for the month of July in 2018. Table 236. 35 Statement of Mr. Rayshawn Brown, Quality Control Officer dated October 25, 2022. 36 Statement of Mr. Christopher Christie, Director, IST dated March 13, 2023. Name TRN caliber quantity sold dealership certificate number license number transaction type entry date transaction date processed by witness A01 redacted 12 GA 2000 KBA dealers JA Limited redacted.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to read out table now for just look on it and read it for yourself. You understand? Yeah, that's some data right. So move on to the next page. And that is page 49 going to 50. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. Share the video on my side. Man, share the video, man. I best time this me I go through this right now.
5.6.9 In light of the foregoing, The DI sought to ascertain whether the individuals named as the purchasers of the ammunition in question were in possession of the requisite firearm user's license in order to purchase bird hunting ammunition for the referenced July 2018 period. 5, 6, 10 in this regard, by way of a further statement dated November 27, 2023, Ms. Deidre Mullings stated, in particular, that witness A01 was in possession of a firearm user's license for July 2018, which permitted him to be the holder of a 12-gauge shotgun. The 12-gauge shotgun is one of the calibers of shotguns used in bird hunting. Witness A02 was in possession of a firearms user's license for July 2018, which permitted him to be the holder of a 12-gauge shotgun. Witness A03, based on the system, was a licensed firearm holder for a 12-gauge shotgun, which expired on May 7, 2018. The record showed that he came into the Firearm Licensing Authority on the 4th of May 2018 to renew his license. In renewing, two things can take place. Firstly, if the license card, which is valid for 5 years, is coming to an expiration, back then he would have been advised to complete a recertification process along with his regular renewal. The system currently shows that his renewal was in a created state, which means he started the process of renewal, but same was not completed. Secondly, if a person needed recertification, they would have been given a temporary license, which would have allowed them to maintain possession of the firearm until report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 50 of 69. They complete the recertification process. Witness A03 was granted a temporary license on May 4, 2018, with an expiration date of September 20, 2018. A person with a temporary license would not be permitted to purchase ammunition. 5.
Jamaica, you hear that? Yo, this thing I get more and more interesting. Trust me, this thing I get more and more interesting. Mighty God. A person with a temporary license would not be permitted to purchase ammunition. That is key. Let's read.
5, 6, 11 Further to the foregoing, the DI inquired whether individual licensed firearm holders were permitted to purchase more than 200 rounds of ammunition per day from an authorized firearm dealer. This specific inquiry was made based on assertions made by Mr. Brown as to the maximum number of shotgun rounds a person, licensee, is permitted to purchase in any given day. 5, 6, 12 Ms. Letine Allen, by way of a further statement dated November 27, 2023, stated that, from my knowledge, at the Firearm Licensing Authority, firearm authorization holders who have the current licenses for shotguns are allowed to purchase a maximum of 2,000 shotgun rounds for the bird hunting season. By firearm authorization holder, I mean the persons who are granted a firearm license by the Firearm Licensing Authority. It is important to note that a firearm authorization holder is permitted to purchase no more than 200 training rounds per day to be used on a licensed range unless otherwise permitted by the authority. From my knowledge, bird hunting rounds are not considered or classified as training rounds. 37 Further statement of Ms. Letine Allen, Director, Compliance and Enforcement, dated November 27, 2023, report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 51 of 69. 5, 6, 13 Ms. Allen also indicated in a further statement dated February 5, 2024, inter alia, that I wish to say that from my knowledge at the Firearm Licensing Authority, firearm authorization holders who have the current licenses for shotguns are allowed to purchase a maximum of 2,000 shotgun rounds for the bird hunting season. These 2,000 rounds can be purchased at once in one day. The process at the time in 2018, to best of my knowledge, enabled a licensed firearm holder or firearm authorization holder to purchase all or a portion of the 2,000 bird hunting rounds from a licensed dealer in one day or in one single purchase. 38 5, 6, 14 Mr. Christopher Christie, Director, Information Systems and Technology, FLA, by way of a further statement dated November 28, 2023, stated that As it relates to the amount of rounds an individual firearm license holder may purchase per day from an approved dealer, an individual license holder is permitted to purchase 59mm per pistol rounds as per their certificate, 200 training rounds per day at a range facility, and 2,000 bird hunting rounds for the bird hunting season. Additional approval is required for any ammunition purchase outside the established ammunition purchase policies. This required and SIC, APV, additional ammunition approval. During 2018, dealers were permitted to sell up to 2,000 bird hunting rounds to an individual license holder per shotgun for the bird hunting season. The License Management System, LMS, which is an online system used by the FLA and licensed dealers, is a system that is used to manage the authorized sale of ammunition and firearm by the dealers. During 2018, the system did permit dealers to sell up 38 further statement of Ms. Director, Compliance and Enforcement dated February 5, 2024 report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 52 of 69. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 53 of 69.
So during 2018, the system did not permit the dealer to sell up
to 2,000 bird hunting rounds to an individual license holder per shotgun for the bird hunting season, 39 May 6. 15. The DI also sought to ascertain whether the concerned individuals were in possession of the requisite hunting permits in July of 2018 in order to purchase the bird hunting ammunition. 16. By way of a statement dated June 12, 2025, Mr. Leonard Francis, Chief Executive Officer of the National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, stated that the agency records does not show that an application was received by NEPA from witnesses A01, A02, or A03 for the purchasing A-SIC hunter's license for the 2017, 2018, and 2019 bird shooting season, 40 May 6, 17. Subsequent to the foregoing, the DI sought an account from the 3 individuals whose particulars appeared on the LMS as having purchased the concerned 6,000 rounds of bird hunting ammunition. 18. By way of a statement dated February 12, 2025, witness A01 stated that on Sunday, May 16, 2021, I received a call from Mr. Kent Brown. I have known Mr. Brown since 1997. Mr. Brown advised me that my name appeared on a document in his possession and invited me to visit his business place to see it. On Monday, May 17, 2021, I met with Mr. Brown at his firearm dealership, KBA Dealers Limited. He showed me a stack of pages that he said had been printed out from the FLA ammunition sales authorization computer installed at his firing range, KBTTC in St. Andrew. On 39 further statement of Christopher Christie, Director, IST dated November 28, 2023 40 statement of Mr. Leonard Francis, CEO, NEPA dated June 12, 2025. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 54 of 69. One of those pages, I saw my TRN number, redacted, and name, redacted, in a record of sale for 2,000 rounds of 12 GA bird hunting ammunition on July 11, 2018. There were similar entries for 2 other individuals. I told Mr. Brown that I certainly had not made any such purchase that year, and certainly had not been in possession of the required bird hunting permit. I explained that while I used to regularly participate in bird hunting each year, I had actually not done so since purchasing a house in 2015, 41 May 6, 19. By way of a statement dated February 28, 2025, witness A02 stated that I have known Mr. Brown for about 17 years. I first met him on his range in Golden Spring. Sometime in about 2021 or 2022, Mr. Brown called me to come by his store on Maxfield Avenue. I stopped by the store and he told me that my name along with 2 other persons appeared on a list which appears to be suspicious transactions. The list indicated that I purchased 2,000 rounds of bird hunting ammunition from his shooting range in Golden Spring, and also that the other 2 persons also purchased a large quantity of bird hunting ammunition. I immediately confirmed with Mr. Brown that this was not true, and I did not purchase the rounds. I wish to say that I have never participated in bird hunting. I have never purchased bird hunting rounds, and I did not purchase 2,000 bird hunting rounds from KBA dealers or anyone else. 42. 41 Statement of Witness A01 dated February 12, 2025. 42 Statement OD Witness A02 dated February 28, 2025. 5, 6, 20 The DI attempted to obtain a witness statement from witness.
Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no fucking.
Witness A03. A media search revealed that an individual by the same name as Witness A03 died on June 16, 2018. Subsequently, inquiries were made of the Registrar General Department concerning Witness A03. 5, 6, 21 By way of a statement dated January 30, 2025, Mr. Desmond Davis, Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Registrar General's Department stated that the agency has in its possession death record-bearing registration code, redacted, for Witness A03. According to the record, the deceased died on June 16, 2018. A certified copy of the original death record was also appended to the witness statement of the acting CEO of the RGD. 5, 6, 22 Subsequent to an examination of the certified copy of the referenced original death record, the DI is sufficiently satisfied that Witness A03 is deceased as at June 16, 2018. 5, 6, 23 The DI highlights that Witness A03 died on June 16, 2018, and the concerned entries were made to the LMS on July 11, 2018 with transaction date 2018-07-1143. 5, 6, 24 Consequent on the foregoing, the DI sought to ascertain the circumstances under which the impugned entries were made on the FLA's License Management System, LMS. 5, 6, 25 By way of a further statement dated December 19, 2023, Mr. Siobhan Robinson, former database administrator, FLA, and also the person who the 43 Further statement of Christopher Christie, Director, IST dated November 28, 2023 Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026 page 55 of 69. LMS records as having made the entries in question indicated, inter alia, the following. In 2018, the Policy and Standard Operating Procedure, SP, of the Information Systems and Technology Department, ISTD, of the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA, relating to the update of firearm and ammunition sales states that when a dealership or range operator is unable to enter a transaction into the LMS, the entries of those transactions will be entered by the staff of the ISTD to ensure record management as directed by the Director, ISTD. Based on the aforementioned, ISTD staff would update these records for the dealership or range using their login credentials to the LMS and assigning their location to that of the company that made the request. Additionally, submission for the update of firearm and ammunition sales are given to staff via two SIC formats. 1. Email sent by the dealership or range to the Director, ISTD, and forwarded to the ISTD staff. 2. Email sent by the dealership or range to the establish. ISD@fla.gov.jm checked by the ISTD staff. 3. Memorandum given by the Director, ISTD, or the CEO. 44. 5, 6, 26 As it relates to the four concerned entries made on the LMS in respect of the purchase of 6,000 bird hunting ammunition, Mr. Siobhan Robinson, by way of a statement dated February 17, 2025, stated that, as it relates to these particular entries, I was given the instruction either by 44 Statement of Mr. Siobhan Robinson, former database administrator dated December 19, 2023 Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 56 of 69.
So it says, I was given the instructions by listen to this.
Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 57 of 69.
Like me, I move too fast. Something wrong with all that. So at the top of this page, I said I was given the instruction either by email or memo. That's supposed to continue at email or memo. You have a click on something.
Or Information System and Technology Department, ISD, or the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, to make the entries on the License Management System, LMS. However, I cannot say for sure which of the two methods the instructions were given at the time. Or Information System and Technology or Information System and Technology Department, ISD, or the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, to make the entries on the License Management System, LMS. However, I cannot say for sure which of the two methods the instructions were given at the time. When I made these entries in the License Management System, I was the database administrator. It is not unusual, however, for staff of ISD to make the entries into the LMS, because sometimes the dealership may have challenges connecting to the system, and so they may send an email to the FLA and request that we update the LMS from the FLA's end. 5/6/27 Consequent on the above, the DI sought to ascertain whether any requests were sent to the FLA by Mr. Kent Brown for the information reflected in Table 2 above, to be added to the license management system on his behalf. Mr. Christopher Christie further advised, by way of a statement dated March 13, 2023, that he is unable to provide emails for the period requested as the server for that period experienced a catastrophic failure and has been decommissioned since 2019. 45 Mr. Christie further stated that efforts were being made to recover emails from the failed server. 5/6/28 The DI subsequently inquired on the status of the recovery of the data from the failed server. By way of a statement dated January 29, 2025, Mr. Shane Dalling, CEO of the FLA, stated that, I am duly informed that despite extensive efforts and the application of all available resources, the project to recover the lost data was ultimately unsuccessful. 46. 45 Statement.
Stop lying! Stop lying! Stop lying. Stop. Embarrassing. We need some milk.
Jamaica is duly informed that despite extensive efforts and the application of available resources, the project to recover the lost data was ultimately unsuccessful. Mighty God, we need a divine intervention. Tired of the labor rights. We're tired of the real people. Then. All I gotta do is suffer. We need you. We need it. We need help. Father God, man, to this can't work. Let's continue, Jamaica. Let's continue.
Statement of Mr. Christopher Christie, former director, IST, FLA, dated March 13, 2023. 46 Statement of Mr. Shane Mr. Dalling, CEO, FLA, dated January 29, 2025. 5/6/29 The DI highlights Section 5 of the Cybercrimes Act, which stipulates the following. 1. A person who does any act which that person knows is likely to cause any unauthorized modification of the contents of any computer commits an offense. 2. For the purpose of subsection 1A, the act in question need not be directed at I. Any specifically identifiable program or data or type of program or data. 2. Any program or data held in a specifically identifiable computer, and B. It is immaterial whether the modification is, or is intended to be, permanent or temporary. 47. Allegations of corruption involving members of staff of the FLA. 5.7 The DI examined the following allegations of corruption. A. Firearm dealer John Elliott Gun Shop was shut down for numerous months, but miraculously reopened after John paid you a hefty $500,000 sum under the table to have it reopened. B. As long as you, Carter, sick, get your monetary kickback, you not care who Shane screws over. And 47 Cybercrimes Act report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant of firearm licenses and the storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. March 2026, page 58 of 69. C. You are targeting Mr. Kent Brown because he didn't gave Ellsworth Cullum the $2 million he tried to shake him down. 5.7.1 In light of the foregoing allegations, Mr. Kent Brown, by way of a statement dated August 19, 2021, stated, inter alia, the following. In 2018/2019, I received a phone call from a private number. The person on the phone identified himself as Ellsworth Cullum, sick, and I could identify him from his voice as well. He stated that he needed $2 million payment for my business to continue operating smoothly. I told him that I was not going to pay him any money. He then said, okay, if that's your decision. I told him some expletives and hung up the phone. I mentioned this to John Elliott, and he shared with me that he was also being pressured by the FLA. I know for a fact that John's business was shut down by the FLA for between 6 to 9 months, 48. 5.7.2 The DI sought to ascertain whether Ellsworth Cullum, sick, was employed to the FLA and
what can go so emotional damage.
Jamaica, these are dealers, you know. We are studying for the FLA, you know, I feed them testimony, this, you know. So what y'all tell me, say? The FLA just, people just have to lie on the FLA. They just have to lie on Shane Darling. If I was an investigator, you know, this paper, if I am a police of any integrity, I mean, I don't know who deal with these things, but there would have to be a close eye. First of all, Shane Darling have to resign. And then, you know, other persons potentially too, right? But the other district have to resign. Too much of them are allegations, brother. The allegations, them alone cause too much mistrust. You know, and lack of trust in the FLA. The FLA should be operating at the highest level of integrity, Bridget. And these allegations suggest otherwise. You understand? This is very dangerous. This is not a PR allegation. You understand what I mean, some people? Oh gosh. Wow. Wow.
and in what capacity. Mr. Shane Darling in his statement dated June 24, 2021 indicated, inter alia, the following. Mr. Ellsworth Cullum was employed to the FLA. Mr. Cullum was employed from August 22, 2017 in the capacity of Compliance and Enforcement Officer. He acted as Senior Compliance Officer from May 1, 2018 to January 1, 2019. He was appointed as Senior 48 Statement Compliance Officer on January 2, 2019 up until his separation on July 17, 2020. His role included the supervision of all compliance and enforcement officers in the conduct of audits and complaints investigation, the collection of firearms and ammunition from various locations, transportation of firearms earmarked for destruction, and the preparation of reports thereof. 49. 5.7.3 The DI's efforts to locate John Elliott were unsuccessful. The DI's investigation revealed that Mr. John Elliott died in July 2021, shortly after the commencement of this investigation. Other inquiries made by the DI into the veracity of the allegations of corruption made against staff of the FLA proved futile. 5.7.4 The DI's inquiry into the allegation that Ellsworth Cullum, former senior compliance officer at the FLA, demanded $2 million from the complainant in order for his business to continue operating smoothly, did not yield any findings in support of or contrary to the allegation. 5.7.5 Respecting the foregoing allegations, the DI highlights here Section 14(1)(a)(c) of the Corruption Prevention Act, which states 14(1) A public servant commits an act of corruption if he a. corruptly solicits or accepts, whether directly or indirectly, any article or money or other benefit, being a gift, favor, promise, or 49 Statement of Mr. Shane Mr. Darling, Chief Executive Officer of the FLA dated June 24, 2021 Report of Investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety and irregularities in the advantage for himself or another person for doing any act or omitting to do any act in the performance of his public functions. Advantage for himself. The grant 5.7.5 Respecting the foregoing allegations, the DI highlights here Section 14(1)(a)(c) of the Corruption Prevention Act, which states 14(1) A public servant commits an act of corruption if he a. corruptly solicits or accepts, whether directly or indirectly, any article or money or other benefit, being a gift, favor, promise, or advantage for himself or another person for doing any act or omitting to do any act in the performance of his public functions. B. In the performance of his public functions does any act or omits to do any act for the purpose of obtaining any illicit benefit for himself or any other person. 50. 50 Corruption Prevention Act report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities. Chapter 6. Conclusions. 6.0. 6.1. 6.2. 6.3. This chapter outlines the conclusions drawn by the DI. Allegations of missing firearms and ammunition from the vaults of the FLA. The DI concludes that the FLA actively stores firearms and ammunition belonging to license holders. The DI further concludes that the firearms are stored by the FLA for safekeeping, disposal, surrender, seizure, licenses not renewed, revocations, FLA inquiry, and firearms for deceased persons. The DI concludes that up to June 23, 2021, the FLA had 1,224 firearms and firearm parts stored for destruction. The DI further concludes that there is no evidence to support the allegation that any of the firearms and/or firearm parts stored for destruction by the FLA are unaccounted for. The DI concludes that 191, 0.22 rounds of ammunition belonging to a private firearm holder are unaccounted for at the FLA's main vault up to June 13, 2023. The DI's conclusion is premised on the fact that the respective storage bag labeled as containing 519, 0.22 rounds of ammunition was found to contain 219, 0.22 rounds of ammunition. A further 109, 0.22 rounds of ammunition were found amongst an assortment of ammunition. It is important to note that there was no clear indication from the FLA that the 109 report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, 0.22 rounds of ammunition that were found amongst the assortment of ammunition belonged to the private firearm holder. Notwithstanding, 191 of the total amount of 519, 0.22 rounds of ammunition remains unaccounted for. 6.4. 6.5. The DI further concludes that the FLA failed to adequately maintain the inventory stored in their main vault and that there ought to be greater accountability in the storage of firearms and ammunition by the FLA. The DI's conclusion is premised on the fact that only 17% of the 4,103 entries on the electronic vault management system were checked and significant anomalies were detected, most noteworthy of which is ammunition being unaccounted for, as well as the deteriorating storage bags found. The administration of the FLA's license management system. The DI concludes that the FLA's license management system, LMS, was manipulated by the FLA, and it appears that inaccurate information was inputted in Mr. Kent Brown's LMS account. The DI's conclusion is premised on the fact that Siobhan Robinson, former database administrator at the FLA, made 4 entries to the LMS of Mr. Brown, of 3 individuals purchasing a total of 6,012 gauge bird hunting ammunition without the request or consent of Mr. Kent Brown. 2 of the alleged purchasers did not possess the requisite permits from NEPA in order to make the alleged purchases. One of the alleged purchasers stated that he had never done bird hunting and had never purchased bird hunting ammunition. The second alleged purchaser admitted to participating in bird hunting but had not done so since 2015. The confirmed death of the third alleged purchaser, who died approximately 3 weeks before he allegedly purchased 2,000 rounds, 1,000 in 2 instances, coupled with the fact that at the material time, he was in possession of a temporary license which would not permit him to purchase ammunition, further supports Mr. Brown's account that the LMS was manipulated to reflect incorrect data to his detriment. The DI further concludes that the instruction, if any, to input and the act of inputting what appears to be fabricated information prima facie constitute a breach of Section 5 of the Cybercrimes Act. Ordinarily, this matter would have been referred for prosecutorial consideration, but given certain evidentiary gap occasioned by the reported failure of FLA's server, no such referral is being made. Revocation of licenses. 6.6 The DI concludes that
That is important, ladies and gentlemen. Ordinarily, this matter would have been referred to the prosecutorial consideration, but given certain evidentiary gap occasioned by the report failure of FLA server, no such referral is being made. So the fact that they don't have the evidence of who actually gave the order and where the manipulation came from, that's the only reason why persons were not charged. And that is important for you to know. Do not be deceived by mainstream media that puts up these particular titles and knows that, oh, you know, you're not going to read, so you're not going to find that, oh, wait a minute. But the only reason why they didn't get charged is because, well, the data wasn't recovered to find out who actually manipulated the system. But the system was manipulated. All right? So let us be clear. Let's continue.
Mr. Kent Brown's gunsmith and dealership licenses were revoked by the FLA. The DI's conclusion is premised upon the revocation orders issued by the FLA pursuant to Section 84 of the Firearms, Prohibition, Restriction, and Regulation Act 2022. The DI further concludes that the FLA did not act ultra vires to their statutory authority in revoking the referenced licenses. Allegations of corruption involving members of staff of the FLA. 6.7. 6.8. The DI is unable to resolve the allegation that Mr. John Elliott corruptly paid $500,000 to anyone at the FLA to have his business reopened because Mr. John Elliott died shortly after the commencement of this investigation. This prevented the DI from exploring the referenced allegations with him. The DI concludes that the act of manipulating the LMS and the inputting of what appears to be inaccurate information on the system by an employee of the FLA. The DI concludes that the act of manipulating the LMS and the inputting of what appears to be inaccurate information on the system by an employee of the FLA, to the detriment of Mr. Brown, is sufficient basis for a reasonable and detached observer to form the view that Mr. Kent Brown was targeted by the FLA. The DI's conclusion is premised on the fact that without any reasonable justification or Mr. Brown's request or consent, Mr. Siobhan Robinson made what appears to be inaccurate entries to Mr. Brown's LMS. These entries had the potential to cause adverse consequences for Mr. Brown's business operations. Further, and as has been established above, one of the three individuals who is alleged to have purchased 2,000 rounds was deceased at the material time. The other two individuals have denied purchasing said rounds. This is consistent with Mr. Brown's account that the sale of the referenced rounds to the individuals identified did not occur. The DI is, however, unable to conclude whether Mr. Kent Brown was targeted because he did not pay $2 million to Mr. Ellsworth Callum, former senior compliance officer at the FLA, as was alleged. Chapter 7. Recommendations. 7.0. 7.1. 7.2. Having regard to the findings made herein, the DI recommends to the Commission that copies of this report be referred to the public officials and/or parliamentarians identified below in accordance with Section 54, 3, A, I, and 2 of the Integrity Commission Act for appropriate action. Recommendations to the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. The DI recommends that, if not yet done, the FLA must take the necessary steps to address the accountability concerns around the storage of ammunition at its main vault. The DI's recommendation is grounded in the fact that there is limited storage space available in the FLA's main vault. Additionally, the security storage bags held in the vault are deteriorating with corresponding fading labels. The foregoing may have contributed to the FLA's inability to account for a number of the rounds at the time of the DI's inspection. This is an issue which demands urgent and immediate corrective action. The DI recommends that given the critical nature of the operation of the FLA, if not yet done, the FLA must ensure that their servers are properly maintained and that a backup server exists. This may ensure that in the event of a failure of the main server, all data is not lost. The DI's recommendation is grounded in the fact that the FLA's server reportedly suffered a catastrophic failure, the data stored thereon could not be recovered, and there was no backup storage in place. 7.3.
Important to note again, ladies and gentlemen, this part right here, right? The DI recommendation is grounded in the fact that the FLA server reportedly suffered catastrophic failure. The data stored thereon could not be recovered and there is no backup storage in place. Can you imagine? The FLA does not have a backup storage in place. The FLA, Jesus. The FLA does not have a backup storage in place. Jamaica. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Man, let's continue, bro. I'm just gonna mark these things and move on. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that's insane.
7.3. 7.4. 7.5. The DI recommends that the FLA implements a standardized and documented process to treat with the inputting of information to the LMS once a request is made by a dealer. The FLA should also ensure that any request made by a dealer is properly documented and the record maintained for transparency, accountability, and auditing purposes. The DI further recommends that where applicable, the FLA should not make entries to the LMS without the written consent and/or request of the respective authorized dealer and documented approval of a duly authorized officer of the FLA. The DI's recommendation is premised on the fact that an employee of the FLA, without a written request or consent from Mr. Kent Brown, based on Mr. Brown's evidence, made entries to the LMS, contrary to the established procedures and the principles of good governance. Recommendation to the Ministry of National Security and Peace, MNS. The DI recommends that the MNS conduct a full independent audit of all the FLA's vaults with a view of determining the full extent of missing ammunition and to ensure that all firearms on record are properly accounted for. The DI's recommendation is based on the fact that only 17% of the 4,103 entries on the electronic vault management system were checked. And significant anomalies were detected, most noteworthy of which is ammunition being unaccounted for. The DI posits that considering the country's current climate in respect of the use of firearms to commit violent crimes, one missing round of ammunition is one too many. Consequently, the DI recommends that the referenced audit be expedited.
Jamaica. Let me do a little video on this. Ladies and gentlemen, top of the morning, top of the night, top of the afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I want to highlight this recommendation by the Integrity Commission to the Ministry of National Security and Peace, MNS. The DI recommends that the MNS conduct a full independent audit of all FLA vaults with a view of determining the full extent of missing ammunition to ensure that all firearms on record are properly accounted for. The DI recommendation is based on the fact, FACT, that only 17% of the 4,103 entries on the electronic vault system were checked and significant anomalies were detected. Most noteworthy on which is ammunition being unaccounted for. The DI posits that considering the country's current climate in respect to the use of firearms to commit violent crimes, one missing round of ammunition is one too many. Consequently, the DI recommends that the reference audit be expedited. Ladies and gentlemen, when reading this recommendation, I am confused. I am befuddled. I am at a loss for words, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you why. Because of the statements that the article that came out right after this particular audit came out. Look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Minister of Security Chang says efforts remain ongoing to strengthening the operation of the Firearms License Authority, including plans to improve firearm and ammunition storage facilities to tighten operational procedures. The comments comes following the tabling of the investigative report. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if that's the only one he came out with, but something he said in that article bothered me. And I'm going to go to it, I'm going to go to it because I believe it's the same article. This particular article right here, something he said in this article bothered me. And we're going to go back to the recommendation because of it. See? Alright. Variation, revocation. Among the findings, blah, blah, blah. Chang said that updates provided him indicated that there were no recommendations for criminal charges, no evidence supporting allegations that firearms had gone missing from the authority. He stated that representatives of the Ministry of Law Enforcement, Border Security, Forensics, Defense and Protective Division were dispatched to inspect the authority's facilities after findings emerged. Chang represents confirmed limitations to physical storage, blah, blah, blah. Being sensitive to this problem, blah, blah, blah. Accountability, blah, blah, blah. Chang says he has been advised that despite the space constraints, the authority maintains functional inventory systems and has been able to account for blah, blah, blah. Account for firearms and ammunition currently in custody. He stated that the ministry has already started work to overhaul storage facilities, introduce new disposal and destruction procedures for weapons, upgrades, hydro, blah, blah, blah. Ministry accounted ammunition, addressing governance. Chang said he has directed newly appointed board directors chaired by Justice to pursue process improvements while talking into account findings, recommendations. To be clear, adjustments made to the board and review panel are not connected in any way to the investigation connected to the commission or any loss of confidence in former members of the current staff. This part, the man said, the adjustments being made have nothing to do with the findings of the Integrity Commission and the confidence. There's no loss in any confidence in former members or current staff at the authority. Jesus. Jamaica, let me read that again. The Minister of National Security said he has not lost any confidence in former members or current staff at the authority of the FLA. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. And he goes on to say, I have full confidence that the board will take the required steps to give effect to any recommendation from the Integrity Commission that will further strengthen the operations of the authority. Jamaica, if we go back, it says right here, the minister said that the reforms introduced, the minister also pointed to reforms introduced since 2017, including the reintroduction of firearm application, examination reviews, and suspicious approvals, audit of gun ranges, improvements in vetting system, and efforts to improve customer service. So all the work that they're doing there, it has nothing to do with the Integrity Commission filing. This man have full confidence in the board, and him have full confidence in the old and new staff that is at the FLA. You can't make this up. Jamaica, let me go back to the recommendations. Only 17% of 4,103 entries on the electronic vote system were checked. Only 17%. Not even 1/5 of the amount of ammunition and guns that they have there was checked, ladies and gentlemen. And a significant anomaly was detected. Most noteworthy, which is the ammunition being unaccounted for. One bullet can end one life. Mighty God of Daniel. Jamaica, Orange Chang Sem have full confidence in the board, and him have full confidence in the previous staff. Him no lose a confidence in them. And the current one, what the hell can go so?
What can go so? Fully done.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
Stop it. Get some help. Jamaica, you tell me one thing. I have nothing more to say. Absolutely nothing more to say about that. You know what more to say? We are going to move on. This is ridiculous. Jamaica just want big old party shop. I swear.
Post-investigation actions as part of the Commission's policy to share the findings and recommendations of the DI with persons in respect of whom adverse findings are made during the course of an investigation. Save for matters referred to the Director of Corruption Prosecution, the DI invited Mr. Shane Dalling, Chief Executive Officer of the Firearm Licensing Authority, to a meeting where the findings and recommendations made herein were shared. Mr. Dalling was given an opportunity to respond to the DI's findings orally and/or in writing. The written response received, except the attachments to Mr. Dalling's response containing sensitive information, and meeting transcript are appended to this report, see Appendices 1 and 2, respectively. The DI has not been presented with any evidence in Mr. Dalling's response that would alter his conclusions and recommendations. Underscore 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 March 27th. Report of investigation. Appendices. Report of investigation concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularity. March 2026, page 69 of 69. Appendix 1. Appendix 2. Integrity Commission meeting. With Mr. Shane Dalling re. Firearm Licensing Authority investigation, held at Main Conference Room, POJ Building, 16, Oxford Road, Kingston 5 on Thursday, March 19, 2026. Present were Integrity Commission representatives Mr. Shawdane Williams, Manager, Contracts, Procurement, and Corruption Investigations, Mr. Sanjay Harrison, Senior Investigating Officer. Firearm Licensing Authority representatives Mr. Shane Dalling, CEO, Mrs. Abigail Miller Lawrence, Legal Officer. 1. Commenced at 11:15 a.m. Mr. Harrison. Mr. Williams. Mr. Dalling. Mr. Williams. Mr. Dalling. Mr. Williams. Ms. Henry. Good morning, everyone. The time is now 11:15 a.m. My name is Sanjay Harrison. I'm a Senior Investigating Officer at the Integrity Commission, and we're currently located in the main conference room, first floor, POJ Building, 16, Oxford Road, Kingston 5. At this time, will all other persons present in the room introduce themselves, please?
So these are the appendices, right? And there's a part of this that Mr. Will Rattigan always talk about. It says right here, Mr. Dalling was given the opportunity to respond to the DI findings orally and or in writing. The written response received, except the attachment to Mr. Dalling's response containing sensitive information and meeting transcript are appended to this report. Now, I'm going to do an extra recording right now, right? Because it's important as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a question that people are always asking, right? That how does the FLA know what is in the report? Well, it tells you right here. And Mr. Will Rattigan always talk about this. See there? Mr. Dalling was given an opportunity to respond to the DI's findings orally and or in writing. The written response received, except the attachment to Mr. Dalling's response containing sensitive information and meeting transcripts are appended to this report. See appendices 1 and 2, respectively. The DI has not been presented with any evidence in Mr. Dalling's response that would alter his conclusion and recommendation. Alright? So, this is appendices 1 and 2. I believe this is 1. See there, Mr. Sanjay. I believe this is 1. Hopefully I am correct. Right? So, for those who asking the question that, you know, how them a carry the thing go court. Well, that's why them a carry go court. We had an opportunity to one hear the findings and respond to them. Alright, my people. I just wanted to let you know that this is the same way how my name, what I got the name again, Mr. Market Me, is the same way he knew exactly what was happening with his situation to the point where, you know, he decided this. What I'm gonna do is, is say this, and he said what he said. You understand? So it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I hope that was helpful. All right, my side. I'm gonna leave it right there, so for now, cause I'm tired. I need to move around and stretch and all of these things. It's hard to sit down for 4.5 hours. You guys, I hope that you appreciate what I'm doing here and show your appreciation. All right, by liking, sharing, commenting, and supporting through donations as well. All right. The link is pinned. The Cash App is there. Everything is there. All right. The Zelle, all of that. The PayPal, whatever, man. You know, big up on yourself. That's my time. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. And there's a lot of replay to go around. You see me? Only for replay to go around, ladies and gentlemen. Only for replay to go around. Blessings. Come more. Peace. See you guys later tonight. Hear that?